Not equalize, probably.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I want to watch it.
So, just
Must be a joke.
how about we go over this?
Yeah. Chunky, are you driving at the minute, Chunky? Or can you watch this video? It's only 30 seconds before you start, and then you can discuss it afterwards.
Of course I'm driving.
One of your
What's
guys.
in the video?
What?
Are you not allowed to, like, go home and talk to us at home? You have to be in the car?
Why would I?
Why would I want to?
Why would
Why
I?
would I do that?
Why
I
would
go
you
home
want
and
to?
have to make a burger?
I don't know what you said. Go home to make a burger?
Did I say I was making a burger?
I have no idea.
So can you not see it? Because I'll put it on. Wait a minute. Let me get this.
You put that.
Who
Like,
wants to
listen
see
to it.
me?
Does it just have that video? Or audio as well?
I don't know whether you. It's just music. I don't think you'd want to see it. I'll describe it. He does a picture of like a spirit level and looking at the bubble, and he shows its level. And then he shows two tubes with like a liquid in, clear liquid. One of them reads 30 mils, and I think the other one reads about 60. And then there's a bit of water dripping, you can see at the end. From somewhere.
Yeah, Gently's probably joking around.
Yeah, he's definitely... I mean, he says he's broke gravity with it. That's what it's titled.
Yeah.
I broke gravity.
Sounds like he's got a bit of an ego.
He's a nice guy. Just deluded.
So, I mean, I suppose he's sort of helping you there, Junkie, you know, or, well, helping Brad. Because Brad wants to measure the drop of the water level. But they're not the numbers that he's give us. They'd be no good for measuring. That looks like, I don't know, about 30 mil, was it? Let's just check. Check the difference.
Yeah, you know I was joking when I said Brad.
On the
Brad
60. It's about 30. Well, there's about 30 mil difference. Yeah, if they are mils, I don't know what they are. 30 whatever.
Is it a water level?
It doesn't show that it's water. It's some sort of clear liquid. Because it's all over the worktop or whatever. Doesn't look like he's very good at pouring it into the tubes, to be honest. I don't really know what it is in the tubes. But
Technically speaking, it's some thick goo.
there is a drip that comes off it. You know, there's water leaking everywhere. So what do you think that would show? He's one of your boys. No doubt it's meant to show something.
I'll watch it after and I'll report back. Can
Sweet.
you not figure it out?
Figure it out? Yeah, he's
Well,
trying to do a trick, right? He's trying to pull a trick. Because everyone knows that the water level equals out. It evens out on its own.
Are if you're saying there's two graduated cylinders at two ends of the water level, and the bottom of one of the cylinders is lower, it's going to read a higher milliliter reading.
Yeah, no. You don't. I don't think you quite understand, do you?
No, I said I'll watch it when I'm done.
Yeah.
But again, I have to
What
go home
he's
and
showing
take supper.
is. Yeah, what he's showing is that the water levels, if that's what it is in there, haven't equalised out. You know, like,
How far apart are they?
you know when you're looking for the water level dropping away from the horizontal, which means one of them would have to be higher than the other. Well, that's what he's showing. He's showing that.
And why is that a trick?
Pardon?
So why is it a trick?
Because the water level doesn't actually drop away from the horizontal.
Well,
And how far away is the second
the
one?
water levels even out. That's what happens, right?
Okay. How far away is the second?
What in
It
Gently's
shouldn't matter.
picture, it's about 6 inches away, if that.
Oh,
And he's got 30 mil drop. Do you know how much 30 mils would be?
about 30 cubic centimeters?
No, 30 millimeters. You know how far that would have to be. You know, if you were taking the Ruhif numbers and on the Slice Barcane water level model, you're 30 centimeters. Do you know where that would be? Let's see whether
So
we
is
can
he
find him.
pinching? He could be pinching the water level. Lots of.
So
Could have
you
a
admit
valve
that there
that's
must be
closed.
some shenanigans going on.
I would have to see it, but yeah, there's obviously ways you can do it to make it look like it's doing what you want it to, which is why you guys will never believe it.
Right, so you admit then that the water would equal out.
It's going to be the same distance above sea level if the pressures are similar. That doesn't mean it will be lower. It will be lower.
It will be lower,
But negligible,
but the
6
same.
inches away.
Yeah, that's what Brad had the problem with the other day.
I don't think he had a problem.
He did, because he said the water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, and then he also said that the surface of the water would drop away.
All right, now I'm getting confused. Aren't we talking to Brad?
No, this is Chunky.
Who's Chunky? I'm not Chunky.
You know, Brad the science guy is a completely different person, right? Chunky?
I'm not Chunky. I could lose.
Well,
10
why
pounds,
is
I guess,
Chucky
but-
Brad Boy flashing every time you talk?
Oh, Chucky. Yeah. Is there an N in there?
That's the way we read
They
it.
just like to call you Chunky.
There's a
You
M
know
in it?
this.
Chunky?
Stupid.
There is an N in it, isn't there? I can imagine there's an N in it, can't I?
I thought he said there was an M in there. Chunky.
Chunky.
I don't know what it is.
You guys are fucking killing me. Oh,
So-
he got a phone call.
Oh, is he gone? He's got a call away.
I thought he was driving. How's he getting
Driving?
called?
That'd be hands free.
Bluetooth.
Oh, I like the Gently's with the water level. And it's like he's having a try. I like it. But, I mean, for the... if you work the numbers... I don't know where it is. I've lost it. DP just did one that we filled it all up, but I can't find it. But we've got over 500 metres. There's a 19.6 millimetre drop. So I would imagine it'd be somewhere between a 6 and 7 that he should be looking for about a 30mm drop. Let's see if we can find. I'll see if I can find it somewhere while Chunky's looking. Oh.
It'd be over an inch.
Oh, who's that?
Funky.
Is that Jem going mad? I can hear in the back. Who's that?
That's Chunky.
Who is that?
Is that
I think
Chunky doing gems?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's on the bot, and the when he loses his signal, it does that sometimes.
Yeah, I got the bot muted, but the bot's
Feeds
playing
back.
gems.
Yeah, it's feeding back through his thing then with his phone call. He's going to have to leave.
Yeah, my
and come
Bluetooth
back.
does weird
is
shit like that sometimes.
Mm.
He might like
I'm
it.
back,
He might
Avery.
want to hear a gem.
It's Gem.
mental.
It's Gem Panda shouting. By the way,
Yeah.
just so.
guy's
We could tell that.
You
Well, what
moron!
What I heard, he was right.
He's probably looking at straight lines and losing his marbles.
Yeah. Somebody's probably mentioned something about flat Earth, and he goes crazy. It's hilarious.
I guess it's slightly better to be a flat earther than a don't knower.
Then a what?
Than a don't know what shape the earth is.
Don't what shape?
Don't know
Is
what
flat a shape?
Yeah, I'm not too keen on this.
Yeah.
These shape obsessed people.
Is flat a shape?
Sure. If it's a plane,
What shape is that?
well, we would know the dimensions of it, wouldn't we?
No shape.
I don't know the dimensions of Earth. Sorry, sir.
Why not?
Chunky. You sound
Because
like
I'm not
flirt.
God.
Neither.
What's that, Cleary?
You sound like a flirt.
Why?
You said it's a plane. We don't know the dimensions of it.
Why don't you
Which
know
side
the
are you
dimensions
on
of it?
anyway?
Reality?
You just said it was good to be a flat earther too, just now.
No,
Yeah, I
didn't.
could take
said
all
it'd be
that
better
piece together.
to be a flat earther than I don't know what the shape of the earth is.
So you're a flat
Be
earther now,
amazed.
Chunky?
Nope, I never said that.
You'd be amazed what you just said, actually, when it's edited.
Yeah, with the-
Yeah.
So again, how you guys just come to the wrong conclusions based on what somebody said, I'd be amazed at that. Or I said it's better to be a flat earther than not to know what the shape of the earth is. You guys know what the shape of the earth is. Flat earthers at least claim that they do.
You're
Right.
you're a flat earther now then.
Is it
No.
it better to imagine than to know?
No, it's better to know.
Okay.
But
How
it's
do you
better
how
to
do you
imagine
know?
than neither.
How do you know something rather than just be sure that you're not just imagining it? How do you tell the difference?
Well, it's absolute knowledge would be impossible, but you'd have to have enough to convince you that it's most likely true.
Yeah, like a proof.
Yeah.
Have you seen my proof that level is horizontal?
I don't know anybody that disagrees with you. Level is often horizontal.
Brilliant. Do you know that it was that proof? You know that proof was based around a water level, right?
Cool.
And
Did you know
Euclidean
water-
geometry.
But you don't care what shape the Earth is, so yet you seem to focus on it quite a bit.
No, I just focus on level being horizontal. It's you guys that think that implies something, right?
Well, why are you listening to Jose sometimes, and why do you listen to Gem Panda right now?
I'm not listening to Gem Panda right now
Okay, why is Rhythm playing Panda something?
because we're on a server. We do this is the sort of things we do, right?
Oh, okay. You don't care about it. You just talk about it.
Pardon?
You don't care about it. You just talk about it.
Don't talk
Yeah,
about
because I
what
think
level
Bev wants
being
to spread
horizontal.
some truth.
Sorry, you were both talking.
Talk about level being horizontal, right?
Can I put words in your mouth, Bev? I
Yeah.
think we're
Level
just
is
trying to
horizontal.
express truth.
Next
Truth, Brad. Truth.
Yeah, level is horizontal. Cool. What does that do for?
Pardon?
Horizontal
level
is a straight line.
Is it always a straight line?
Horizontal, yes.
You can't have a horizontal circle?
In Euclidean geometry, horizontal is a straight line.
You can't have a horizontal circle in reality.
You can have a circle that is horizontal, right? Because a circle is a two-dimensional figure, shape. Now, a plane is also a two-dimensional. So if you place a circle on a horizontal plane, that circle can be called horizontal, can't it? If you choose to describe it as a circle on a horizontal plane, yeah.
Can you have a horizontal plane or a horizontal circle in 3D space?
Everything is in 3D, right? You dickhead.
Cool.
A two-dimensional plane is in three-dimensional space, isn't it? It's just two of the axis. Yeah, it is. It's just two of the axis.
Not necessarily.
Circle's always going to be 2D.
Yeah.
That's why we have the word sphere for 3D.
You're nearly
And
home.
where does that get us? No, I actually have to go to the car dealership today, so it's going to be a little shorter, but maybe 10 minutes from now.
New car.
Yeah.
You not already got it? Is it broke down, or you're going to go and pick it up?
I'm going to give them my old car. They're going to give me a loaner when they switch the winter tires out. Tomorrow night, I pick up the new car.
Is it a 2D car?
It's blue.
Yeah. Dark blue.
2D surface.
Yes, 2D surface.
Is it a Prius? Are you getting a Prius, man?
Don't get her,
Nope.
please.
Another Japanese. The one with the seven sisters on the logo. Pleiades, you know that one?
I don't know. Your mic's terrible, mate. It's in and out. I hope your new car's a bit better.
Well, it's going to be the same as the old one, but newer. The logo with the seven sisters, the Pleiades on it. Do you know which car the company that is?
Subaru?
Yeah, you're Canadian. It must be a Subaru.
Yeah, all-wheel drive is.
Hey man, Subarus are good cars.
I like it. So we've agreed on just about everything tonight.
Yeah, you agreed that level is horizontal, and
Sometimes, often.
But he didn't agree that horizontal is a straight line.
well,
It can be.
He's the horizontal at a point, isn't he?
you'd have to be stupid to think that horizontal could be anything other than a straight line. I don't think anybody
plane
would
is a straight
disagree
line.
with that a horizontal's not a straight line.
We just said that a plane can be horizontal.
Yeah, horizontal is a plane.
Yes.
Yeah.
A plane is not a line.
Well, you can have a line on a plane, can't you?
Right, but you
Yeah.
can also have a circle on a plane. The plane is horizontal. The circle that's on the plane is horizontal.
Yeah.
So again, it doesn't have
All
to be
lines
straight line.
on the horizontal plane will be horizontal. That's the whole point of it being horizontal.
Anything.
Yeah.
But any shape on the horizontal plane will be horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
An S on the flat plane on the horizontal plane will be horizontal.
Yeah, so when we say horizontal, we mean a plane, don't we? Every time we say horizontal, we mean a plane. I mean, that's pretty obvious.
not a
Call
curve.
it a line. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to call it a line, then you don't mean a plane.
Yeah. Horizontal line is on the horizontal plane. I mean, that's pretty obvious. I can't imagine that anyone would not understand that a horizontal is a horizontal plane. And the horizontal line is a representation on a two-dimensional surface of that horizontal plane that's cutting through
so
it,
the
right?
line, y equals x plus 4 in Euclidean geometry. We know what that means, right?
No,
Slope of
go on.
zero.
You'll have to do as a drawing for us. When you get home, do as a drawing and you can explain that.
You don't know y equals x plus 4?
I can explain it to us, can't you? You can do a drawing of it and to show us exactly what you mean.
Sorry, it'd actually be y equals x plus 4 wouldn't be a horizontal line because it has to be 0x. Y equals 4.
Dude, we can't hear what you're saying. It's just in and out. You've got the worst mic ever. When you get home, do us a picture, send it in, and we will understand what you're talking about. Until then, right, we're doing Imaginometry and you're trying to talk about reality stuff, right? So it would be really easy just to explain it in a picture and a drawing. Just do that for us and we'll be fine.
Y equals 4.
Why do you not understand when I say get us a picture of it and then we'll understand what you're talking about? Until then, it's not worth talking about it, is it?
So why don't
Because you could be imagining something different than what we're imagining. And
no,
because
what
what we're talking about here,
any other way.
what we're talking about here is reality. And if you're talking about X and Y, then you are talking about the horizontal plane. Because Z, the other axis perpendicular to them, is the vertical axis that we measure elevation changes from. Right? So X and Y are flat on the floor.
So Y.
I got my whiteboard here. Can I just write down what he's saying
Sure.
on my whiteboard? Maybe
4.
that'll help.
Yeah.
Y equals 4.
You not understand that?
Yeah. If that's on a 2D.
Hang on. I got Y equals 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does the Y represent? 4?
4.
Y equals 4.
Why is it Y 3?
Could be 3 if you want it, but it's 4 in this. So at x1, y equals what?
What?
Y is 4.
Y
Y
equals
is
4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At x is 376. Y equals
4.
4. Yeah. So the slope is 0 because there's no x, and the y-intercept is 4. So a line with 0 slope going through 0,
But in reality, the X and the Y axis are already on the floor. So there's no slope because there's no Z. Right? There's no vertical change because
that.
X and Y are laid down on the floor on the horizontal plane.
Well,
Right? Are you imagining something different?
Y is the vertical axis, Z is the front and back. X is the left and right.
Oh, so you think Y is up and down the vertical axis, do you?
Yeah, isn't that the one you do?
No, that's when you're thinking about just a normal graph, XY axis graph. Yeah, they get laid down on the floor, and Z, with the zenith. Have you ever heard of that? with a Z.
Yeah.
Right, well, that's your vertical, isn't it? You don't imagine the y-axis is your vertical, do you?
Yeah.
It is when you're staring at the page on the wall. But when you put it on the floor, they're on the same plane.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a
I
while
think
since I've done drafting.
Yeah, you're
but I'm
thinking
pretty
you're
sure we
thinking
always use
school child stuff, not reality stuff, because you've never done anything in reality, have you? You've never had to deal with Cartesian coordinates in reality. You're still just imagining school child stuff.
No, I just finished saying I did drafting all the way through college, and I'm pretty sure, although I could be wrong, that the Z, the front back, and the Y was still vertical.
Okay. Well,
but it's really whatever you want to call it.
Okay. So if you find out that Z-axis is the vertical, I'm sure you'll be saying, "Well, Bev taught me that. That was good.
Then we'll change it
Thanks,
to,
Bev. I always thought it was the Y-axis.
Then we'll
that
change
was
that
the
to
vertical.
Z equals 4, and then
The X and Y would
that's
be
the
0, would they?
horizontal. X and Y can be whatever they want if Z equals 4.
Yeah, because they'd be
So we have to-
coordinates, wouldn't they? That'd
If
be the
Y
X and
equals
Y
4
would be
is a
the
vertical
plane.
line,
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah,
then
we
in the
understand.
so if Y equals 4 is horizontal, when you add the Z,
Yeah, say,
it's no longer
let's say the
horizontal.
elevation
Or
is
it's not a
4 feet or something like that, right? And then if you go along and there is no difference in, let's say it's an altitude, right? An even altitude, as in not changing, then that would be the same on the Z coordinate, right?
if that's what you're calling it, I don't. I
That-
call again, that's a Y.
Elevation. Okay, yeah, but it is, in reality, that would be the elevation, the vertical height. And to have an even altitude would be no change in that vertical.
Because if you're doing it your way,
Because the
Y
X and the
equals 4,
Y would be on a plane and there would be no change. You said that in the Z-axis. Cartesian coordinates. I mean,
right? So
they're
then
all
your
perpendicular to each
horizontal
other.
plane is Z equals 4. But we just said a horizontal line is Y equals 4. But if the Z is the forward and back,
you're going to
then now
Penrose
Y
yourself
equals
in a
4 is
minute,
now a
dude.
horizontal
Slow down.
plane.
Slow down.
Dude.
You're going to Penrose
Yeah.
yourself. Just imagine no change in the vertical, as in an even altitude. Neither one being higher nor lower than the other one. A zero
Ricky, Bev,
change.
are you hearing what I said? That's Z equals 4, right?
The vertical. In reality, yes.
But I still call that the Y. because it's
Come out
consistent
of your
with the
little
previous.
graph paper that you don't really understand and come into reality and let's start
So
talking
question.
about real things that people can talk
So,
about.
Bev, if I go look this up and Z is the vertical, I'm going to admit that you're right. If I look it up and Y is the vertical, are you going to admit I'm right, or are you just going to say that I'm just believing it?
Let's say you can think whatever you want.
Again, if I look it up and I see that Z is the vertical, I'm going to say that you're right.
Yep.
If I look it up and I see that Y is the vertical, are you going to admit that I'm right?
I
or
would
claim that the books are
say
wrong and
I
Bev is
would
still right?
say that I bet there are things on the internet where somebody has got those and labeled them with Y on the vertical. Yeah?
Yeah. X and Y is in Cartesian is like say north and east, right? X and Y, and then Z would be your elevation.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yes, but north is not straight up in the air.
Yeah, people will get it wrong and people will change and people have a different opinion. People always do. People will imagine that they're right and other people will imagine they're right. I'm just telling you, as far as I know, Z is the vertical axis and X and Y Once you take it out of that old school on a graph paper, X and Y, you lay that X and Y down on the floor
Exactly.
and then have your vertical as the Z. That's when you come into reality. That's the real life
Third
of
dimension.
Cartesian coordinates, yeah.
We lose him.
Yeah.
Did he drop?
Yeah, he probably dropped. He has to go
So
to the
maybe
car
you see if
dealership.
it makes you happy.
What was his point?
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
He started talking about the slope formula, didn't he? He said something about like a slope formula, and then I don't even think he
Oh,
got it
yeah.
right, because I think
The
he was talking
equation
about
for a
like a
line.
linear, a linear graph or something.
Mhm.
He's done that before.
Yeah, and he started saying y equals. I don't even think he got the slope formula right. I think it's y equals mx plus b, but he was like saying y equals 4 or something.
He seemed really calm today. He almost seemed like he was almost
Okay.
going to concede. I've never seen him like that before.
Well, he stressed out this morning, didn't he? He did
Yeah.
freak out a bit this morning. I suppose he would have been a bit happy because this morning he called me a child abuser.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Jesus.
But so he comes in like you wouldn't have guessed it, would you?
No.
Schizo.
Yeah. He got a little bit triggered this morning. I don't know. I think it was because I think I might have suggested that Ranty might not trust him, and he got really upset about that.
Ranty is the head of the trolls. That wouldn't be good for him.
Yeah, taking his orders. So yeah, I don't know. I think that went quite well. I mean, I think he's once again exposed the problems that people have within the Cartesian coordinate system. I mean, I think last night, Rumpus might have said to Brian, it was, that he wanted to teach him how the Cartesian coordinate system can explain a ball, which is absolutely crazy because that z-axis on the ball, if you imagine that to be vertical, would always have to change, which has countless problems that I'm sure they haven't even imagined what a floating vertical axis would have on a Cartesian coordinate system. It'd be nigh on impossible to plot a coordinate.
Which is why you can't build on it.
Which is why it's not a spherical
No.
system. It's a perpendicular axis of... In fact, we'll get the...
I think he's looking it up.
Well, you can definitely find...
You think he'll come back today?
No. He's not allowed to. He's not allowed to come in when he's at home. He has to. He's not allowed.
Hey, I was gonna say, did we ever get an answer back from that Ranty guy?
No. Ranty's never talked to me for some reason. I don't know what's up with him. He should come and talk, but like I say, I only live just down the road. I've offered to go and do laser tests and show him the water level. I've offered to do all sorts. There's something wrong. Ranty doesn't want to come and help or come and have a look. Doesn't even want to have the water level explained.
Ranty lives by you?
Mm.
Wow.
Well, you know we're in the UK.
Right.
Right.
Everyone's close. I got it.
Yeah. But I mean,
That is suspicious.
my lad, when he goes taking pictures, we can take pictures of Blackpool Tower, and Ranty lives in Blackpool, so you know it's not that far away. If you can take a picture of the tower and see it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Blackpool is a wild place. Or what I watched that Emergency 999 or whatever. Always something crazy going on.
Can you see the Isle of Man from there?
I have, yeah. Only on good days, though. I mean, 85 miles.
Oh, is
away.
that what it is? 85.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And can you see Ireland, I guess, from the Isle of Man?
Of course, yeah. I think that's closer over there.
Yeah, it looks closer.
Yeah, I think.
Where's DP? Is he muted?
I don't know.
We are live. If anybody was unsure, we're live on.
Yeah, we're willing to go over to Nips as well if anybody.
I'm trying to get home, so I'll be in and out for just a little while longer.
But he wants to come over and have a chat.
Yeah, you want to go over there, or you want to stay here?
Well, nobody's coming in the chat or anything wanting to come in at the minute. I mean, no doubt they can come in here, can't they, if they want? But I mean, if it gets too many, or there's certain ruffians that we don't want in this one, we can go over there.
You live at a minute, Brad?
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, we flicked it live when Chunky came in.
No.
I don't know what we was going to go over. There's definitely been a lot of shit being talked. Yeah, I got that. Suez Canal.
Yeah, I love that. Just showed my boys that.
Yeah, no locks. All the way straight. 121 miles, I think. Or 120.1.
It says 127, but or 100 total, 75 dug out. Amazing.
Yeah, one of my dad's mates supposedly has done that. He was a ship's captain.
If you were walking along that, you would know that that is flat. That is level. That's horizontal. You would just know. Your senses would pick it up.
Well, I mean, the water, I mean.
Well, yeah, we know that the water is obviously the giveaway. Any higher would, flood.
Yeah, who was saying they wanted to check the water level with the water level tool?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think this is the problem that they're in, right? Even Chunky, who's one of the die-hard ones, said that they can't deny the level is horizontal proof. Well, that proof is Euclidean geometry and the water level in an arrangement that complies with the Euclidean geometry. So it's a combination of the reality and the geometry. And he said nobody can deny that. So I don't get what the problem is. Why some people think that's
weird,
child abuse. I mean, he said earlier that was me being a child abuser for saying that, but then he said nobody can deny it. It's strange.
From the morning to after work, what, 8 or 10 hours later, he went from one extreme to the other. It's really weird. I mean, we know it's true, level is horizontal, but for him to come around that far from what he said this morning to that, I don't know.
I say I've got it here. I don't know whether I'll be able to find it.
Yeah, it might be hard. I can't remember.
Advice I've given
Came
Randy
around.
to
He was
make
around for a little while this morning. A little
logical
longer than
child
normal.
abuser.
Yeah, he's a bit hard to hear, isn't he?
About in here, so I don't know. Psychological child abuse.
Oh, there you go. Emma's having a go at him, so.
I don't think it's made like. Yeah.
And you're making light of it like this.
By somebody.
Did
Go
you
ahead,
just
Emma.
call somebody a child abuser?
I trust
Psychological
you.
child abuse.
Wow. Woohoo.
You're hilarious.
That's
You're
the question.
fucking
Does he not trust you?
psychological child abuse.
Wow. Woohoo.
Ooh.
There you go. Psychological child abuser. I like to say it's for I like to say it's because of the science, but I mean, I'm not too sure.
It's because of the science.
Well, I guess that the geometrical proof, then, he doesn't class that as science. So when he says that I'm a child abuser for saying that level is horizontal, that he doesn't deny, and he doesn't know anybody that would be able to deny it. I'm not too sure what the science he's talking about is. I mean, we could maybe
Yeah, I don't know.
have an ask.
Yeah, I don't. It's like the water level is funny, right? Because it establishes a horizontal plane of reference. You can use it to survey, and that is geometric. And the reason why the water equalizes on both ends because of hydrostatic equilibrium, and that's science. Just in that one water level, you have surveying, geometry, scientific proof. I don't know what else they want.
Some other way to establish a horizontal, as far as I know. But I mean, that's the flat earthers. And then plague.
You still there?
What was with him talking about you watching or talking about flat earthers, how you're listening to different content? He was upset about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like
What does that mean? We can't watch other things? I mean,
I think a lot of flat earthers are caught up in that flat earth model, right? They're not thinking about reality. They're thinking about that model.
I don't know how you can model.
Like when
my
you start talking
flat
about-
Earth doesn't have a model.
Yeah, I have absolutely no clue. All I know is that water is horizontal level, the real level. You know, the level I grew up on, that level, not a curved level.
Yeah, I live here in Savannah, man. I look down the road almost about a mile and a half or so before the angular size of things gets so small. I can't see much farther than that, but it's just flat. I mean, the only elevation changes that we have are overpasses. I'm right near the ocean. But I guess if you lived in a mountainous area, it might not be so obvious, but it's pretty obvious here that we're not on a curved surface
Yeah,
or
it's
even in
curious.
motion.
Wouldn't it be curious to know where some of these people live, like what they see every day?
Yeah, it might be like Copernicus. He was in a place where he couldn't even see the stars, but he came up with a heliocentric model. Something like he was surrounded by mountains, bad weather, and just sat there and imagined. You know,
Imaginometry. Where it's at.
It's that would be Imagistronomy.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Magistronomy.
got to give credit to SC for that one. Kind of started the idea a little bit.
Well, that's the way it started off with the circular thing, didn't it?
Yeah, the Donegon, or
Well, that conversation that we had the other day, I mean, we'll have to get into it at some point. But the orbit,
oh yeah,
and then but it's circular. But then when they want it, it's not circular; it's elliptical, and that makes it even more crazy.
yeah,
Absolutely crazy when you start adding that sort of stuff in. You're proper imagining all sorts of things. It's best not to think about it, right? Because the moment you do try and think about it, obviously not if you haven't got a model, then it doesn't matter. It's just a wondrous, weird thing that happens that you can't explain. The ones who think that they have an explanation for it, once they start to think about it, then yeah, they struggle.
yeah. Newton's first law of motion, constant velocity in a straight line. It's almost like the globe heads never noticed that before, and then now they're kind of scrambling around. It's funny to watch. They don't know what to think about that. Could be one simple thing like that, the straight line that gets them.
Well,
Where they have to rethink it.
it's the geometry, right?
Yep.
The moment you start bringing it back to the geometry of the things, where you have to start using that geometry in order to explain something, then yeah, they struggle with that straight line. Because I think, did I hear somewhere tonight that somebody's obsessed with straight lines? I think it might have been over there at Gems. When it's not, nobody's obsessed with straight lines. It's just people like to inject curvature into those straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get around to that.
Well, it's in everything too. It's the perspective line. That was it. Chunky the other day can't remember if it was him or not. Talking about perspective. I don't recall if it was him, but anyway, yeah, straight line. The geometry is key for the reality that we exist in.
And I think, seeing as the people that know that have seen the level is horizontal proof that I did, I think I might have to cut it and make it a little bit shorter and redo it again, go over it, so everyone can know that nobody's been able to rebut it or deny it.
Except for invoking spherical geometry.
No, they can't. They can't get the spherical geometry to work with the reality. The water level will always contradict the spherical geometry. That's the way the proof is, right?
That's why I love the water level.
Yeah, we're sort of working on some graphics of a better way to explain it, rather than using the whiteboard, but obviously the
I mean, you
whiteboard
gotta
does
make
well.
it even easier for them.
Yeah, hopefully try and get it.
I think it got any easier.
Oh wow, Roger MC in the chat there says, "Congratulations on the 1,000 subs in a day." Have I gone up that quick? Cheers, Roger. I don't know. Let me just check. I know, like yesterday, I was at about 1,800 or something like that. Was it?
Great job, by the
subs,
way.
yeah.
That means you're doing something right.
Cheers. Who? I wonder. Have you subbed, Roger? Yeah, I've got.
You
I've
guys
got
know
a few
who Roger
subs.
is?
Roger MC. Yeah, he came around here and did us a level his curved rendition for about 20 minutes.
He's been around a long time, too.
Yeah.
I think he'd have gotten it by now.
Yeah, he's been round and he's not been able to rebut the level is horizontal proof. And in case you didn't know, people say that if you say level is horizontal and teach that to your children, that's you as a child abuser. But there's nobody can rebut it and everybody agrees with it. So it's really strange. Oh.
Yeah, it was F.E. Dogma I was thinking about with the perspective lines. I believe that was the other day.
He had a few slides, didn't he?
Yeah, talking about something in the distance looked smaller, and we were like, yeah, perspective, not Earth curvature.
We've got the go over the water level. We'll go over an auto level, and we're going to do a surveying thing. Hopefully, we've got a few people. Fe Dogma, Critical Think says he's got a presentation, but he's just wondering whether we're worthy of it or not. And Ruhif said he might want to come, but he might be writing pages for that Indian surveying website. So we'll go over that. I've been told in the chat on some videos, on one of my videos with Critical Think, that Critical Think is an engineer and he can repurpose an auto level. So that's what we're hoping that he's going to come and do a presentation on. How he can. Yeah, you know.
Interesting.
Yeah, you know that website that Ruhif said when it says, website Google, when Google says that an auto level cannot measure vertical angles and Ruhif disagrees. Well, I think that's what he's got Critical Think on board with, is the repurposing of that tool that doesn't measure vertical angles. I think he's repurposing it so it can measure vertical angles. Because he's an engineer. So he'll be doing a presentation, hopefully, fingers crossed, or we might just do it on a video. We've got Gently, who's doing that water level thing that we saw at the beginning. And go on.
I guess he was joking with that. Sure. It seems like he's joking, but who knows?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, there's some people who will want that to be true, right? It's just a matter of scale. To them, I don't know. But yeah, that's what they want to happen over, obviously. But they don't want that to be.
Get up to my. I got to get up to my computer, so I'm going to be on mute.
Okay,
for
okay.
just a little while.
So yeah, sub Roger, you'll be you can come on, come and have a chat. You've been around for a bit, Roger. I know he has. There's a lot of people, no doubt, who are keen to tell us their imaginings of how things happen. I know the people have been telling us for quite a while that we don't know what we're talking about when we say level is horizontal. But they've had to agree now that an auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. But they said that the water level now drops away from that horizontal.
How else would you establish a horizontal straight line?
Well, you'd use an auto level or a water level or any tool that's got level in its name because they all do the same thing. I mean, everybody.
But you
well,
wouldn't
as far
want
as
to
I
use
know,
that tool. You wouldn't want to use that tool to just like point at the horizon, like 26 kilometers away, and say it's not level.
Yeah, the horizon's not level. Oh,
I don't know. I just seen this Ruhif guy do stupid shit like that.
yeah. There's an angle.
Well, like you would say, is that the x and the y axis would be on the same horizontal plane, and that's how surveyors work. So no change in the horizontal is no change in elevation, as far as I know. If there's anybody out there that thinks it's any different than that, then he should come and let us know, because that's what surveyors do. They measure a vertical change in elevation with a tool called an auto level, which establishes a horizontal. So there's a bit of a problem, but we can't seem to...
No, I don't think we have a problem.
Well, I know. I mean, but what the problem is that people have banned us from places for saying this. I don't know why. See, it seems strange for us to sort of, I don't know, you'd be silenced for saying that level is horizontal, and then everybody agreeing with us that level is horizontal, and then calling us child abusers and frauds. Yeah, we've had a few names being called, but I mean, it is a bit strange. But anybody's willing to come round and we can explain everything if people want to hear it. I don't think people want to hear it. I'm not sure why. It's strange, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. Totally strange.
Proof is
I think
proof.
Yeah, it'll get more popular though. I hope.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, obviously it needs to be explained how the proof comes around, and saying that I think the first idea is to ask, what's a proof?
Yeah. It's pretty scary though, right? Isn't it scary? It's just so in your face, obvious, but it's too scary for a lot of them. And the ones that do want to try to argue it, they don't even understand it. That's why I think they argue it. It's because they're just so in Imaginometry land. Huh.
Makes you wonder though what's going on. A couple different people have admitted level is horizontal, but they don't understand the implications of that with their model.
Yeah, the context of it's different though when you go to the model.
I should need I'm making noise right now.
Yeah, it's cool. So the imaginary part is when it's in your head, right? And that's the scary bit, because he was quite willing to do that. You know, he's quite willing to argue about it, while it's just imagined, because in his head, when he was doing that with straight lines and all of that, whatever, it was working because he was doing it in his imagination. The picture will never come because it looks silly. I mean, like, it's like whenever you see Rumpus with his one, it's always a circle, and the guy, he's got it labelled horizontal and he's pointing down. It's crazy,
yeah,
and he does it, and nobody bothers saying anything to him.
Yeah, that's what usually happens with it. Well, just like today, they conflated that horizontal as a circle, and it's and it just goes downhill from there. It's something oh, I'm in a car, I can't talk to you, or I'll talk to you about this or that, and then it just goes into a bunch of mishmash, name calling, child abuse or whatever. They have no argument. That's why it's gotten to this where they can't do anything about it.
On both sides. Strange. That's why I think we position ourselves in the middle of two models. One of them is a flat model, which obviously isn't real because that's two-dimensional. The other side, they've got a globe model, which obviously is ridiculous and doesn't work. And we're just in reality saying, look, this is how it is.
Yeah.
Just how it is. What can we
There's
prove?
so much. Yeah, there's a lot to know with the because Randy was saying the optical. Just I think he really enjoys having that some sort of optical argument that there won't be a straight and level line according to what they're looking at over a long distance, but I don't understand how he's conflating that though, at all. I don't know why he is, like, because how are they going to explain it? It's really like what is he trying to explain on the reverse? Like it's somehow like over the ocean, it's going to be somehow there's going to be some sort of hump or something, sort of like I don't know, some sort of like Walter Bislin model or the Bislin, nutsack or something. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a paradox, isn't there, with that model, which if you choose, you have a model. If they've got a ball model, then there's obviously the hump or the drop. And then with the flat earthers, they're always competing against the two models from the other side. Because I think that's the problem with the flat earthers, right? Flat earthers are always trying to disprove a model that doesn't exist, rather than just dealing with reality.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why Randy's. I don't think he understands what he's doing, or if it's even supposed to be some sort of argument against it. That makes any sense. I think he's trying to, but it's just not. It's just he just did something. They don't even know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But
I'd say the problem being, right, there's two different models on the ball side, and there's the flat earthers are trying to disprove those two different models, and nobody's really just considering what reality is. The argument seems like it's more important than actually working stuff out.
Yeah, well, it's the Imaginometry thing. It's like the flat Earth image is just so ingrained, but it's not flat though. So it's like they're using the ball model against us in a way, because it's such a misnomer of a statement that could be flat, that it's just there's no way to really to make it worth.
It goes down to proof. What do you accept personally? What are you willing to accept as a proof? Because it is all personal. I said that in my proof. You're only ever going to prove things to yourself. You're never going to be able to prove it to somebody else. So it's what are you going to accept as a proof? What are your standards?
Yeah, it's like the old wise sage. How does he prove to the drunken village madman? It's not gonna happen. But you can try to tell him about things, but he's not gonna really believe it. And the more he just talks about it, the more confusing he gets.
Somebody, Paul Russon said, asking Ranty's going to show. He can get in, can't he? I mean, I don't think he's on this server. Or not on his Ranty account, anyway. But I think he can come on. I mean, if he wants to come and talk, he's been offered. He's not took anything up. He's not even sent any. Chunky could have been say. Chunky knows him. And Jose as well. Jose, I think he can come over whenever. I've got to do an apology video apparently.
Oh yeah, that's been going on for a while.
Yeah,
that's funny.
So, yeah, I maybe work something out for tomorrow for you, Jose, if you're listening. No doubt you like entertainment and drama and all of that sort of stuff.
What have you got to apologise for, Bev?
I think it's something to do with him coming over here and saying he slanders everyone. And that everybody on the internet's just nameless, faceless potatoes that he can have entertainment with.
And you've got to apologise for that?
Apparently. I mean, he wants me to apologise before I go back on his show, but I can't really see why I'd need to give him any more content, to be honest. But yeah, it seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Like, he came over here, said he'd slander everyone, and then he banned me from his show, and now he wants me to apologise for it. Yeah, I think that's right, isn't it, Jose? You can reply however you want. Maybe do your show whenever. Get somebody to clip this bit for him. Yeah, let us know what you want me to apologise for. And no doubt we can have a laugh around that.
Maybe you need to apologize for what Jose said. Maybe he like wants you to apologize for what he said, or maybe he wants you to apologize for right the hands. I'm not really.
Yeah. He might want me to apologise for triggering him to
That
get
yeah.
Sly Sparkane round. I mean, like, yeah, that could be. I'm sorry that you had to have Sly Sparkane come round.
Me too. I feel
Or
sorry for you.
maybe it was the Babs thing. Maybe it was like, sorry for making it look like Babs knew what he was doing with the debate, and I'm sorry that you thought there was actually going to be some sort of a debate there. I thought there might have been something, but I mean, no.
Yeah, sorry for bringing Babs over there and having to listen to him. Was that over there? Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah. Was it sorry for exposing Babs as a baller?
Yeah, that's one thing you need to know about Babs. He's a globe head.
Yeah. And it was very apparent that day. Because I can't even... Can you even remember what Babs's argument was that day that he thought? Was it just that water wasn't level? I think it was, I think.
He was saying something about something with the level horizontal, but you have to have a perpendicular. And we were like, yeah, perpendicular horizontal, perpendicular to vertical. Pretty incoherent, really. For someone who claims to be the Messiah and the creator of all flat Earth arguments. I don't even know what happened with him and Paige, though. I thought they were going to have a debate over there at Brandy's, but I guess Paige said, screw it. This guy's a psycho. Why should I debate him?
Have you seen the chat?
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Paul Russon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, that is, isn't it?
The camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like the typical white knight.
Paul, actually, he hasn't given it away to somebody in America. We had a little bit of information the other day that isn't going to happen either. So there's a few little.
Yeah, do share, Paul. If you have those, come on in the Discord. I don't know if you see the link. You can come on in.
Yeah, I'll be glad to hear from you. I mean, if you give us the thumbs up, and I'll talk it out for people that aren't looking in the chat. If you say it's all right for us to do so, and by all means, come in.
Yeah, you could come in and talk if you want. Right here with us.
Anyone can come and talk. That's what we're here for. This sort of behaviour has been hidden by people just banning people and silencing them. It's the tactics I've seen over Fight the Flat Earth. We're all shy, Paul, all of us.
Yeah. Took me a long time before I started running my mouth, and now they can't get me to shut up.
Yeah, I was shy when I first came in here. I was just a normal guy that got called a child abuser for saying level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. But hey, it's amazing what things happen to you, right? The circumstances put you in certain places at certain times, and
just go with it.
Yeah,
we're here just to let people, know what's up. Make people aware of what's going on. We're not here to judge people. If people do stupid things, and we call them out and stuff. It's not a personal attack. We're talking about the argument. I mean, a lot of people come in here and want to make things personal and do all that, and we address those issues. But honestly, that's not what we do.
And the
You know,
truth comes out eventually,
yeah.
just like right now.
Yeah.
So you got to pick your side. Pick your side, or else you're going to be left in the mud. Because they don't care about you. Ranny, none of these gatekeepers care about anything.
Well, I wouldn't really like. I don't know.
It's not really them to care about you anyway, but I mean, they don't care about, anything that you would have to. It's like Paul. He would call the police in a month, after he didn't get his camera back or something. It's that mentality, They don't care. They just care about themselves, basically.
Yeah, that sounds pretty disgusting, but I mean yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah, I try not to pick sides like between Sleepy and Ranty. You know, you think, these guys have been mates for years. They're having a fallout. One day they're going to be buddies again. And, if you pick sides one way or the other, you're going to be, you know, shunned by both of them, right? So, the other day Ranty was running his mouth making false accusations. And who was there for his defense? Sleeping Warrior came in and said, "Oh, leave Ranty alone." We're like, we pretty much would forget about Ranty if he would just shut up and go away, but he's harassing us. So, Sleeping Warriors are like, "Oh, give him a break." I'm like, "Give him a break?" Apparently, you tormented the guy for what, a year over the Roxanne thing, and now, you're here for his defense. What's
The
up?
White
Was
Knight
that?
shows up.
Yeah, was that even real? That whole Roxanne thing? I don't know.
Well, he was here through most of it, right?
Mhm.
So, like, we have an inside knowledge of some of the things that actually went on in that thing, and yeah, Ranty doesn't know what we know, or perhaps Ranty does know what we know, which would be very telling. Well, it's very telling, I think, that the fact that he doesn't want to find out what we might know. So that gives me a little bit of a suspicion that he knows more.
Yeah, and then when it comes to the argument, he said level is horizontal is utter bullets. He's running his mouth about all that. And, Bev's like, why don't we just have a discussion? I talked to Nathan Oakley. I said, can Bev and Ranty come on your show? He said, my door's always open. So, Ranty said, no, I won't do it. He just won't. He won't back it up. He's talking shit, but he can't defend it. What's he going to say? Level is not horizontal? He wants to talk about optics. Talk to us, Ranty. Or retire, whatever you want to do. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can talk the geometry, we can talk water level practical surveying sort of techniques, or we can talk drama. We've got the lot.
Yeah.
Depends what anybody wants to come and ask us. I mean, like, we're a truthful bunch. We're on the level. That's what we do. We talk honestly about things. So, yeah, anyone wants to come and talk to us about anything. I mean, yeah, we were sat through right in the middle of all of that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Got a huge backlog already of people who came by and had discussions and, lots of video content that is going to be going out now, this week with your internet amped up like it is now. Live streaming. Be pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this. I like the truth. And it's about time. Took me a while to come from a normal guy to where we are now, but yeah, I don't think they can silence us for much longer, but especially just silencing nothing really, aren't they? They're silencing what everybody says is the truth anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way it's presented, I'm guessing, that they don't like.
Yeah, because you're amping up a message that's just like they don't want out. Some people just do not want this message out, and they will fight you for this. But they're not going to reveal themselves. But it's just something's going on. I don't know.
Yeah, they want to shroud it in mystery and to be a circular argument that lasts for another 5 years. But when you get back down to the basics and you look at reality, you determine for yourself simply over not too far of a distance that water is indeed horizontal, and it breaks their model, and it ends that big machine, that live streaming, super chat, merchandise, everything.
Well,
People have reasons for,
you'd say that it's an obvious truth, and it also won't change anything. Anybody knowing it. It doesn't. It might change you knowing it personally, but it won't change anything going on around you. It's one of the strangest things.
Yeah, they'll still be blasting those rockets out over the ocean,
You see,
talking about, black holes, and they're going to continue to do that. But at least your world, you personally, can see reality for.
Yeah, because they construct the reality you live in. You're taught, you're groomed it from birth to believe in this, and money's God. So till their reality shifts, then it's because obviously it's not what we think is the values of this life are not what they value, so it doesn't matter.
Well, what's their options? Putting their hand up and saying, "Oh, we've been lying." That's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're not gonna go on TV and tell you that they're just been they've just been lying to you the whole time. Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's why they took it out of the government's hands. Go ahead, Brian.
They've got to keep perpetuating the lie that they've started, and obviously, the more they perpetuate it, the more stupid and ridiculous their claims become.
yeah, and the harder they are to defend, because the framework behind it, it's the basic fundamentals, right, that have been forgotten, and that's where the conflict lies when people are brought back to that simplicity at the beginning, the foundations that it's meant to be built upon. They find out, or they find out, yeah, it doesn't work. It's a big shock.
It's almost like the mind has to go with it, or else it's not worth it. It's not worth going back. Have to relearn everything, and you just be a new person. You gotta keep the person you are now. They're gonna they're gonna conflate, do whatever they can, do whatever they can to not know the real truth.
Yeah, I think that's why they took it out of the government's hands a while back, and they outsourced it to a private company. Now, if they ever do come out with reality and say this was bullshit, but this was the last generation, this was the government at the last generation, it wasn't us, or it was this private company, this fall guy, some private corporation, they could blame them.
Well, they're kind of doing that right now. They're going more in the private side. They're slowly shifting it over to SpaceX and whoever is going to come out, and then eventually they're going to have some sort of reason why NASA is not going to be allowed to do this or that or something. They already have it where you can't even, like the 2024 moon mission is already scrapped. You know, they scrapped that already, and I think it was last week they announced that. It's like they're,
Oh, no way.
yeah,
They probably just realised they said we cannot go beyond the orbit.
moon's actually in the Earth's atmosphere now.
Oh yeah, they've moved it, have they? Yeah.
They moved the moon.
No, they just moved the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, they moved the atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah, madness. That's pure Imaginometry, isn't it?
Talking of Imaginometry, are you going to give us a brief overview of that, Beth?
Imaginometry, a brief overview. Well, we are doing a video. But over the last year or so, after being called a child abuser and having to prove that level is horizontal, you come up against people that obviously don't have the same geometric outlook and the way to prove things that I do. So that's obviously Euclidean geometry, and not a lot of people have even been taught about Euclidean geometry. So we will be teaching that, but to contrast that, we made up Imaginometry as a way to show how ridiculous the argument techniques are around this area. I mean, I think we've talked to everybody other than Conspiracy Cats and that Creaky, but we've talked to most people. Obviously, nobody talks to Simon Dan because I mean they wouldn't have anything. Like, I consider we've talked to most people, and they've all either run away, blocked, or hide, or just consider the geometric argument a ridiculous argument.
Mm-hmm.
So we've talked to everyone, and they've not had a defense at all, but they imagine that we're wrong, although we have a geometric proof, right? I mean, what we do here is we work over things, as you know. We work over things, so we know what we're talking about. Imaginometry comes from nowhere. Completely imagined, and it's imagined individually. Everybody has their own Imaginometry, how they imagine everything to work when they have no founding in reality. So that's basically Imaginometry, and it's built around a framework like Euclidean geometry, to sort of teach. It's a bit strong, isn't it? To help people understand the geometry, because the geometry isn't just geometry. It's a way of formulating logic in a way to give proofs, but the lines and the shapes and all of that are a delivery method for a thought process and a logical thought process.
Yeah, you could direct people, I guess, to it, or we can hopefully get that presentation for Imaginometry.
Oh, you're breaking up a bit there, Clary. Yeah, we get we'll get a presentation sorted together. We're going to get a video done. We'll get working on that. It'll be a couple of days, I think. But use that as a way to teach teach again. I don't know. I guess we're all going to be doing it together. And starting at the beginning. Starting at the beginning, building a framework of things, and then working from there. Like we already know, we're done with the let's say entertainment. They say they're not debate channels. They don't debate. They're just entertainment, which is true. Because there is no argument. Once you start formulating the argument within a logical framework, then geometry is the ultimate. Can't be denied. It's an argument that can't be denied when you look at it. So we open up any form of discourse or conversation or anything. We've got another channel, DP Enterprises. It's called the Nameless Internet Potatoes, or NIPS for short. Anyone can go over there, want to have a chat, do a live stream, use a Discord channel. Emma, very good moderator, one of the best. Very neutral.
Yeah, I think we could probably, once we get the Imaginometry nailed down, we could probably have that kind of in our shows.
Yeah.
Each time.
Kind of like a philosophical framework. That would be funny. Just like call them out anytime they say something. That's, rule number 4 or whatever, postulate 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, Axiom 1 is my favorite. It's a globe.
Yeah, so always fall back on that one. Always.
No matter
Postulate
what.
2, I think it is, though. What about, it's always Imaginometry, but it can always happen unless it doesn't happen in the future or something. That was a funny one.
Yeah. Anything that cannot be imagined can be imagined to have been imagined in the future.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Yeah, it leaves it wide open.
Oh, just a quick message before we go, if Ranty's listening, in case he is. Jem's at the moment on his live stream is reading out super chats slagging off Chemo. While Chemo's in there, people are paying money. Why don't you have a go at him for the way he treats people in the community? He's more of a fraud. Anyway.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point, that, actually, because that is something that we haven't made a big enough deal out of, is Ranty and his deleting super chats and sort of hiding a channel member on the YouTube. Absolutely ridiculous. Never seen anything like it. Needs to be called out, and nobody has. Well, I will. Ridiculous behaviour, Ranty. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, from what I can tell, something happened right when he was starting to give his show away to Brandon's. He started talking to all these Globers about doing all these like these little trips, I think it was around that time something happened where his loyalty towards the message it just stopped, and it was just more like him. It could have obviously been before that, but it's just that's when it was kind of made well apparent he was not in it for anything else besides just distorting and being some sort of white knight towards these Globers, and because he's going on with conspiracy cats, he's got WS, and then I've heard stuff about WS. WS is just like a bunch of people in one account, I've heard. So all these people, I think, are just he's like their little puppet, I think. They made it so it's like a little Hegelian dialectic thing, they made it so
I believe he's going to Australia, right? The Wolfpack is financing the trip for him to go to Australia.
Oh yeah, he's still going then.
Then
I thought
everyone
it
who
was,
donated
wasn't it
in
Norway
was,
first or something? Didn't he?
oh, is it?
Yeah, I think he was going north first. Arctic.
Everyone that donated in his GoFundMe was a globe head, but I saw.
Oh, isn't it weird all of these
Petrol Army.
speculation sort of things we're having to do now because nobody's actually talking to anybody about anything? I don't like doing this speculating, but I mean that's all we're left with, right? Because there's no actual communication. We just get banned. So we just have to talk over the things that we remember from the past.
Because the goal is to actually spread, the truth. I thought that's why we're in it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you do when you're searching for the truth. You find conflict in things and you work through them to find the truth behind, obviously. They say, like when you said before something happened, could you say that's when the veil slipped from your eyes of that Ranty wasn't what he might have been? Like, because I mean, there was a time where I thought Ranty was a decent bloke. I mean,
yeah, he was openly nice to me when I first got in. Like when I was talking a couple times, he would ask me whatever, and like he'd welcome people. He'd always welcome people, but I mean, I think something happened where he made all these excuses up, like something happened and I got to do this or that, and it's just
he's
speculation.
no longer on the level.
Yeah, he's on a globe, I think, or somewhere.
I don't know. If he'd come and talk, then we could sort it out. I definitely want to talk to anyone that doesn't understand this, the water level and the basic proof of Euclidean geometry behind it. Because it's an interesting conversation. It's very basic. And I'll go back through it, over it, with like anyone. And I'm also willing to hear... Yeah, I'm also willing to hear other people's, views if they think there's something different and they think they can go against it or they can disprove it. I mean, that'd be really interesting. But, I mean, understand that it comes with Euclidean geometry proof.
Yeah.
Some people have seen it several times and they still don't quite understand it. I'm not sure what the mental block is.
It's the Euclidean geometry. That is the thing. Not many people understand what Euclidean geometry is. And, again.
Well, yeah, they do the non-Euclidean route. That's what their masters tell them to do. Well, so they listen to about it, then they look up non-Euclidean, and they're geniuses about non-Euclidean.
Yeah, non-geometry.
Yeah, not. Like, because the way I choose to look at the Euclidean geometry is the geometry of reality. That's how we describe things: squares, circles, triangles. But I mean, there's more to it. But the fundamentals behind it are geometry. So if ever you hear it's non-reality geometry, which is... So it sounds ridiculous when you hear it like that. Non-circles and non-squares and non-triangles. I mean, what does that mean?
Globe has.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, something's like it's messing with your mind in a way because they're using definitions for things that shouldn't be made definitions of, and it's obvious that Euclidean geometry is just it's straight, it's to the point. It has like clear-cut definitions, and they don't want to have clear-cut definitions for anything. It scares them, I think. Spherical triangles. And like for example, a spherical triangle, like a triangle is only 180 degrees, and they can't get to terms with that. So it's up for grabs. Anything is just like Ruhif was saying, just like definitions are meaningless. Every definition they use now, it's got to be some sort of made up fantasy imaginometry language that they're trying to describe now. And they don't even have any sort of like set definition for it, like anything they say, or any like or guideline, or any sort of like consensus basically of what they believe, that anything that we go that we go against them, they have no consensus about anything now. It's just the term of the week or whatever. That's the funny part, and they think they can just keep on getting away with it over and over again, because it's a fairly new it's fairly new, type of argument that we're going with. It's old, but we're basically blasting it, and they can't handle it, so they're gonna keep on trying to come up with a new term of the week, but it's not gonna. In the long term, it's gonna be really hard, I think.
Yeah, I made it up to my computer now.
Sweet. Sound like fuller.
Yeah, a lot different.
Well, you want to take over for a minute while I make the missus a brew and nip to the toilet?
Sure. Yeah, let's see. So what's new, guys? Everybody's real quiet.
I got this 8-minute video that I.
Oh, actually, did you see Brad in the
doing the Bislin hump?
In the debate discussion, he knows that the water level drops from the horizontal, but if you heard the video we put out earlier, that's the Brad that said that the water level would establish a horizontal indefinitely.
Yeah. Yep.
That's typical.
What are the conflicting horizontal water levels there? Makes no sense. What were you saying, Rob, about an 8-minute video? Oh, that's Bev's video. Mm-hmm.
I can't help. I watch it every day, man.
Yeah. That's a good one for sure.
Definitely measurable.
Oh yeah. Well, unmeasurable actually. Trying to think what I can say here.
It's just every time I think about Right the Hand saying he was doing the Bislin hump, I just start laughing.
Oh yeah, I like that clip. That's funny. Yeah, we're still waiting on the Imaginometry thing, but I'm looking forward to it when we get it nailed down. Yeah, I won't go into that, I guess. Yeah, what is going on?
Look at that
Are
picture.
we boycotting Brandon?
I think we're all banned from Brandon's.
If you're not, you didn't try hard enough.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have our show right at 2:05 or something. No.
Yeah, it's 5:35 right now.
Yeah.
Or 2:05, 2:35.
Every day, 2 o'clock. Well, it's 2 o'clock, not 2, or yeah, my time too. or like 5, not 5:05 or 5:15, whatever time they start.
Yeah, that centripetal force thing cracks me up. Center-seeking centripetal force experienced by an object traveling in a circle. So ridiculous. Once you understand that there's centrifugal force, and they claim there's a centripetal force, but that is the biggest bunch of hogwash ever. And that's what Chucky Bradboy was talking about today. But then he completely turned around and also said later that level is horizontal. I was like, what is going on with this guy?
Yeah, in most cases, I think but then he doesn't really he didn't specify it today in what cases weren't. But yeah, he will tell you that it is actually, but it's funny how he conflates those, the level is horizontal and how he'll put different meanings to that. That's funny because I think he was trying to show us like how it's not, in some cases level is horizontal. So it's funny like he has a hard time even explaining it. It's like like he'll have different explanations I think for that, every time. Like I think I don't know what he was trying to do with the slope formula or the slope thing. I think he was trying to somehow say like that was some sort of like deviation from horizontal somehow.
Now, he brought that up a few weeks back. He was talking about, do you know what the equation is for a line? It's like a XY coordinate type equation for like a graph,
Yeah.
Just silly. He's caught up in math and, conceptual definitions of a plane and a 2D surface of a sphere and, reality and mathematical concepts are two
Yeah,
entirely different things.
yeah, he can't stick in the mental headspace like we actually want him to be in. Like I think we try to, help him out with this, but he just wants to go over to the mathematical side. He wants to keep on trying to explain, just definite shapes or definite lines, just concepts, Euclidean geometry, but he wants to try to obscure that sort of that sort of just ground based, that just knowledge. It should just be base knowledge, of just geometry, and he doesn't want to stick to it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He can't because like there's no way he can prove it in in terms of just Euclidean geometry. He's not gonna stay there, and he doesn't want to do it. I don't know. It's just yeah. And it seems like the people who want to talk about it kind of know already what a lot of these terms are. So we're not. I mean, I think most people like you talk about Euclid or Euclidean geometry, they really don't know that, but they'll tell you they live in a ball, But we face people here who have kind of looked into it, so we kind of know what they're gonna say. But yeah, that's just
Yeah.
one of that's just one of I think that's just one of many of the arguments they have.
Yeah, it's fascinating going through Euclid. If we ever have a group that, everybody wants to participate in it, it's really cool to dig into that basic geometry. Most globe heads are like, oh, that's just, middle school type things or whatever, high school. But, apparently they missed that foundation, so that's why they're in the situation they're in now.
Yeah, I mean, who knows axioms and postulates, stuff like that. No one really. I mean, I think you're given equations, in high school or middle school in geometry, but like Euclidean geometry, it's not really taught. Geometry is taught. The geometry they want you to know is taught. The equations that you have to memorize. I remember when I was in geometry class, like we just have note cards of just mathematical formulas, but the basis of that, it wasn't really taught to you.
No, not the original Euclidean type geometry. Some scaled down, modern version of geometry.
It's one of the best rabbit holes to go down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because you end up with something at the end of it, right? It's there is an understanding that you get to at the end of it. I don't know, enlightening, let's call it.
Yeah, you have to logic your way through it.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't happen by accident.
Nope. No, I mean, I don't think I'm here by accident, right? I mean, something told me to go looking for a proof. And this is where I've ended up. It's great.
Oh, damn it, sorry.
That's hilarious.
So it's like, are you talking about geometry?
You owe me a clean pair of underwear.
Yeah.
There's the train.
Bro, that train, that's the level is horizontal coming at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, man. That damn thing.
That thing will know.
It's definitely not going around some curve.
Hey, get me out of here. Level is horizontal.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah, did you see that drama-free chit-chat over on that other channel? Subs, they probably lost 200. I don't know how many. I don't know what's going on there.
What's that?
There's another show on right now.
Oh, is there?
It came on at 5:05 or whatever.
Oh, right, yeah.
Drama-free chit-chat.
I need to subscribe to that.
Yeah, I don't.
Except they won't let us over there.
Yeah, we're not allowed.
They think we're the ones bringing the drama.
That's funny. You know, people are talking stupid shit like Jimbo or Lemon. You know, we're gonna call them out. You know, that's just the way it is. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of shit talked about me and all of the stuff that I don't understand over the past few days. Over at Gems and Jose's, Rumpus talking shite about the test and all that sort of stuff. That's stuff that I don't understand, apparently. But what I have noticed is, along with this talk, is a distinct lack of anybody being able to explain exactly what it is I don't understand. Because the stuff I do understand, I'm very able to explain to anyone. Anyone wants to come round here, that I will be able to explain the stuff I do understand very simply to everyone. Anyone.
So how would I ask you to explain the stuff you don't understand?
Yeah. That's what. That's up to them, obviously, right? They should be coming and saying, "Look, this is what Bev doesn't understand. Here, look." But as we keep hearing, level is horizontal, so we seem to be on the same page, strangely enough. Apart from Ranty, I mean, Ranty thinks that it's a bad argument. Calls it horizontal bollocks. So, I mean, he's even at odds with the people that agree with that level is horizontal.
Because you unintentionally stole his thunder.
No, I think I might have said at one point that there's no point in looking at a water level over a distance, because it's quite obvious where you're meant to look on a water level. at each end that it does its job on its own. So whether he took offence at that, or the fact that a camera isn't needed, well, obviously for the Dark Shark, I mean, maybe he's he wants a sponsorship deal. He may feel jealous of Sly Spark the Baby Sly being the main sponsorship baby for DP.
Yeah.
I mean, Ranty might want to be the leading man on the front for the Dark Shark.
Oh, I gotta go do a couple things. I'll try to come back in a minute.
All right.
But don't wait around for me.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baby Ranny.
That's the little one. That's my little baby. That one, the baby shark. For the curvature hunter on the go curvature hunter, spotting curvature wherever you want.
How about this one? They like to just sit here too.
Look at that. Nice.
Vancouver.
Probably gonna blast his horn again too.
I talk about YouTube characters and names. I don't talk about real life shit.
Mm-hmm. Jose
Yeah,
talks
but-
about characters and names. He doesn't talk about real life shit. Ooh, Bertie Charlie in the chat. Wow. See, level is horizontal.
Some people get it.
Yeah, well, Bertie's a hardcore troll. He's really, like, you Bertie Charlie, you definitely think you live on a ball, spherical sphere, a geometric sphere.
A horizontal ball.
Yeah, level is horizontal, and the water is level, and level is horizontal, so therefore, yeah, that's right, Bertie. I like it.
Yeah, their minds are so mishmashed though with Imaginometry that they can't even do anything simple now. Just like level is horizontal, because I think they think that it's like, you know, the curves of some sort of ocean or whatever. It's just, well, it's not it's completely horizontal, and then they just obscure and they deflect all that evidence against it.
Okay, so Bertie is listening to us 100%. It is a ball. It's a globe of 3959 miles, I think, not meters. So, do you not see a conflict in there that's saying level is horizontal, yet it's a ball? Like, that's obviously axiom 1. Imaginometry, right?
Yeah, in the context, though, he's gonna say that it's this picture frame that's level and horizontal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, that's at least that's a horizontal of a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Euclidean geometry, that any line can be extended, any terminated line can be extended in a straight line indefinitely. Which would mean that horizontal that is established is a horizontal of indefinite. I mean, that's why it's built into the principles of the Euclidean geometry. So, I mean, it's fantastic, but they don't realise the fundamentals of the geometry. Any length of a straight line, and now level has many meanings. It's changed now.
Wow.
Yeah. Level is horizontal, but now it means something else as well.
To be fair, level does have a lot of depth.
Does it?
Well, yeah, like I'm on level 1, I'm on level 2. That's not the same as perpendicular to vertical, horizontal.
It's still in a scale, in a vertical scale, isn't it? Whenever you think of levels or whatever, it's a vertical, or it's an equilibrium, a balance. I'd say the fundamentals of it are pretty much... I mean, like, you could say I'm a high-level management, but that would just mean you're above somebody that's lower, right? It's on that scale. Nobody ever thinks that level scale is on a 45 degrees or some sort of a extending circular thing on the way out, right? I mean... Even on computer games, from the old Mario.
Like on a computer game, if you're, I guess you're upper and lower. You make it.
Yeah, it's tricky, Bertie. But I mean, there are a lot of if you have a model, then you struggle with reality, and the explanation of reality, while staying in the like a framework without you sounding stupid.
Yeah, because level's always going to be straight. Horizontal, level. Level is not curving. It can't curve. So when they talk about like a level as being like a level above something, it's still kind of meaning a level, but it's meaning in a different context. But we're just talking about like level.
No way. Bertie, look, level means flat. It's a flat being a two-dimensional surface, and level.
Sounds like we're making progress.
Yeah, I mean, it's horizontal, and it's a flat, two-dimensional. Call it a horizontal plane. You can do away with the. You could go back to my original one of level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. I mean, that would fit everything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it extends it differently. Level means height above a datum. The datum can be curved.
What? I'm not so sure about that.
I don't know what he means by that.
No, that doesn't seem to
You can't curve data. Yeah. Data is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is not a straight line.
No, datum. Datum he's put.
Oh,
with an M at the end of it, yeah.
English people.
Yeah, it's but I mean, if it's a horizontal and it's a flat, then how do you work that around a curved datum? I mean, like, just think about it for a second. I can't get it to work.
Datums can be curved or datums are.
I just say there's no way they can be. Geometrically, it won't work. If level is a horizontal plane at an agreed height above a datum, then how can that datum be curved? Because the horizontal plane obviously doesn't curve. It's ridiculous to think that. That's a cognitive dissonance right there, right?
Yeah, because you're always going to find a place that's level that you take your measurement that you actually can measure it, and it's always going to be straight.
Sorry, you don't understand normal terminology. Do you mean normal as in perpendicular, like a force normal, as they call it? Call that vertical because it's perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah, the terminology of reality. That's how we describe things.
Yeah, of course, a datum, but we're taking datums for a horizontal line.
But the datum can be any shape.
not for what we're.
Yeah, not for a horizontal.
It depends on what you want to measure, like the datum of something. It's like if you're taking something as a measurement, like of course you can say anything's shape of something to take a data or datum from.
So
is what you're doing. Just taking data from a datum.
Would like to ask Bertie in the chat, does Bertie consider himself as some sort of a globe defender hero, right? Are you a champion? Because saying that level is horizontal is a bit of a, well, I mean, you have to go along with it. But then imagining that the datum's curved, how do you imagine that something is a level at, say, 51 feet above sea level, and that level being a straight horizontal, but the datum that's underneath it that's being curved, how does that horizontal stay at the same height above the datum if the datum's curving? Like, that can't work, right? Because the horizontals are all parallel, because the horizontals are all parallel to the horizon, which is a separate straight line. Yeah, your geometry is messed up, Bertie. Obviously, he's asking what a globe defender hero is. Obviously not you. You just don't realise what you're saying, and you've just been assigned to a chat to defend a model, which is nice. But it would be better if you can take this out of Imaginometry and bring it into reality and come and have a chat. Come over to Nips if you want.
Yeah. That's the first time I've heard a datum can be curved. Because you're taking one point and is it even level? I mean, you're just marking something basically. It's just a point or something in space-time that you're just agreeing on that is there. And then from there you're just taking the measurement. After whatever shape it is after that, and to another point.
A datum can be any shape? What the hell is he talking about?
Crazy stuff. Yeah. I know, it's just, like I say, I was asking him how high up does he imagine himself on the scale of being able to defend this sort of stuff, and I think he's just at basic low-level troll stuff. I mean, he's now asking,
oh, yeah,
what are we talking about? I mean, like he's not even got a basic level understanding. I mean, nobody would refer back to Bertie and go, oh, like Bertie messed up, I'm going to have to defend what Bertie said.
Yeah, Bertie Charlie's been a troll ever since I've been around.
Yeah, he's been on the text troll, right? They just comment utter rubbish on videos.
The face of a ball is a datum. What the hell?
The face, right? What is a face? Do you want? I'll go and get this, because I've done this a few times, and no doubt I'll have to do it loads more times. Face geometry, right? Because that's what he's talking about. And then I'll take a screenshot of it. Face geometry. Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Is that Wikipedia a good enough source for anyone?
They like Wikipedia, yeah.
Okay, right. So
sure.
Here we go. Face. And
a datum is a benchmark, unless he's talking about some BS WGS 84 ellipsoid geoid hogwash.
Right, here we go. Copy, and I'll put it in the Discord debate discussion. You'll be able to see it, Bertie. I'll make it big there for you so you can see it on the screen. It says a face in solid geometry, because I think that's what you were talking about, solid. like real 3D. A face is a flat, planar surface that forms part of the boundary of a solid object. So what did you say? The face... Oh, the face of a ball. Which bit is the flat, planar surface, Bertie? Go on, let's go. Which bit is the flat bit on a ball? But we all know you imagine there's horizontal surfaces all over the place on a ball.
Yeah. I think he...
Nice one,
what does he mean by
Bertie.
that?
You can come in and explain it anytime you want, mate. Anytime. We're here all the time now.
What do you mean surface? Maybe a 2D surface.
Yeah, that's what they were arguing for, right? The 2D, 3D / conundrum that lies within spherical geometry. Yeah, it's great. Come join us. Because it's maths, right? Geometry is maths, and everybody trusts maths. That's where you get your proofs. Fight the Flat Earth said it. There's the only place you can get your proofs is within maths. Science doesn't have to prove anything.
Yeah, we need to know that postulate or axiom for imaginometry on the mathematical part. Call that one out, whichever one that is.
The mathematical.
Is that a...
Oh, he's wanting to change his names.
Change the names, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, well, you can just imagine, right? I mean, that's the best thing for you to do, Bertie, is you just carry on imagining that datum is the surface of a ball. Yeah, you can even go as far as go all the way into spherical geometry, and then you'll find out that that's the two-dimensional surface of a ball. Again, you end up back at a flat surface. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand horizontal measuring instruments, surveying instruments would never work on that conceptual ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, despite the fact that water level would always find its equal and even altitude as well.
Yeah, if you can get a datum for the outer edge of this face, and yeah, then you're going to have to use your calculate word to do something. But that would be interesting to see this. I have no idea what he means by it.
I'd love to see a face of a ball. I mean, because everybody keeps saying about the face of the moon, don't they? And I mean, I suppose that confuses people. Because if you imagine that a ball can have a face, then you can imagine that the moon is a ball. Can't you? And use the word face of the moon at the same time as well. That way you can imagine that when you use two-dimensional, you can just imagine three-dimensionally. You conjure all of that stuff up yourself. Auto levels work on a ball.
But he doesn't understand how they get the calculations that the wizards tell him are true.
I'm not so sure whether he understands how auto levels work, because they're not circus tricks for you to put on top of a ball. You have to put them on solid ground, and you have to embed the feet in and give it a solid grounding. It would roll about on a ball. You would have to... No, that'd be ridiculous. Nobody would do that. It'd be ridiculous. Bertie. Go on. I'd like to see that now, though. I really would like to see that.
The face of a ball. Do you see that in debate discussion? Wilson. He uses auto levels. Oh my god. Do you really?
That means you've seen one before?
No way. That's got to be imagining. You're just imagining you're a surveyor now, aren't you? There's a lot of people that think that they can just, I'll get an auto level and then I can do. I mean, the wondrous things Ruhif and well, what sort of a ball, Bertie? I mean, what you talking about? You propose you've got an auto level, and you say they work on balls. Balls roll about a bit. How do you get a steady footing on a ball?
That's one of my best arguments for Earth being not a ball. You ever try and stand on a ball? It's like it's impossible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a circus trick. It's a circus trick, and they imagine that everybody is on the top. It's fantastic. Everybody gets their own top of the ball.
Yeah, that's great.
That's the trick.
Yeah, yeah.
I know.
A chartered civil engineer for over 20 years, and you've been trolling. I take it you are perceived imagined flat earthers on YouTube whilst being a chartered civil engineer. Is this a part-time job, the trolling, or do you just do it for, what, I don't know? The people talking about reality trigger you. Earth is massive. I like that scale.
That's a good one.
I don't know. Did we have that in there? I don't know whether we've actually got that in it. We might.
Yeah, I thought we had one in there about imagining you were an expert.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, but I mean scale. Like that scale is one, right? Anything that can be imagined bigger.
Yeah. If it's not in there, let's get that one in there.
We need to get these covered. But Earth is massive, right? The ball. That's the ball one.
Yeah. 120,000 feet. You still can't see the curve. That's according to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Not a definition. Postulates. Anything that can be imagined to be real. Maybe just tag it on to that one. I got that one. That which isn't something can exist within my imaginings. Yeah, it does. We need that, don't we? Where? Mm-hmm. Does it need one of its own? Anything
yeah, probably.
That can be imagined to be real.
Yeah, we have that one, don't we?
So it's within the postulates. Let's have a look. Wait a minute. Let me check. The axioms. Well, that is an imagining, isn't it?
Yeah, what about I can imagine myself an expert simply because I, call myself one. Or imagine myself to be.
When you buy the equipment, it makes you an expert.
Yeah, I bought an auto level now. I'll call myself the main surveyor.
Well, you're a surveyor. You must know, obviously.
Yeah, like a science guy.
They have to know, right? Yeah, like a professional. You're a professional.
Professor.
Yeah.
A lot of people profess to be professors.
Yeah, like the Jesuits, right? You profess to some sort of clergyman, and you profess your sins. You're professing, right? What are you professing when you're a professor?
Making claims, I guess.
Yeah, it's like it's a religious thing basically, because when you're professing, you're professing a set of religious beliefs. The same with a professor. They're in say a math class or a physics class, or they're professing a religious belief that they've been given.
How does this sound? That which can be imagined bigger than you can imagine. Does that make sense?
Oh, you cut out that which can be imagined. What?
Yeah.
That which can be imagined bigger than you can imagine.
Yeah.
Did we have one? Oh, we were talking about something different the other day. Infinitely small, infinitely large. The Infinigon.
That was a good one, Bev. That was. I like that.
I'm not sure. That's a little bit different.
Right, well.
Scientific fact.
That's put
Wow.
in. I did say about 12 axioms would be right. And we've got 8 so far in the axioms. We've also got 8 postulates, which is a few too many, but...
Hey, Paul, did you, I thought you had that P1000. Did you take any photographs when you had it? Paul Russin?
Yeah.
Russan? I'm not sure how you say that.
Yeah, that was interesting that he got the call back for it. Because it didn't sound like that when we heard about it on the... when we heard Ranty talking about it. Yeah, it's becoming a little bit of a drama within itself, that camera, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's why he does it. He's the nice guy, right?
Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it, to the outside world?
Yeah. White knight and everywhere.
Yeah.
Everyone. Camera.
Yeah.
I will give you my camera. I'm such a nice guy.
I'm going to call the cops if you don't give it back.
So what, you're Granny never took the tripod.
Yeah, man. A P1000 is useless without one of the best tripods. You have to have a heavy duty tripod because it's so big, the lens on it.
Did I miss something?
Who's that? Rob?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't want to gossip, so I can just tell you about what we know. You know, Ranty was... He had a P1000. He had the P900 that he ended up giving to Harwin. And then he had a P1000 as well. Well, he sent his P1000 off to somebody that we didn't know about, right? And then he got it back. And then he said he was going to be good to the community and to send it off out again. And, you know, because he was retiring or whatever, he was giving it up. So he was sending that off. Now, we've since found out that he isn't going to send it off again. But just tonight, Paul's informed us that he was the guy that had the camera initially off Ranty, and he got threatened by the police if he didn't send it back to Ranty.
What a great guy, you know?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. Like, yeah, not Ranty. Ranty's a man of the people. He's the defender of the flat earth. He defends the whole community against people buying subs or people gaining subs on their YouTube channels and stupid arguments with level being horizontal. He'd never do anything like that. Yes,
No.
he would. He would, definitely.
Why would you buy stuff?
Yeah, that P1000, man. If you don't have something solid,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you'd have a rough
Tell me
time.
about it. I know that for sure. It'll just fall over. A little breeze of wind or whatever, it'll just knock right over.
Yeah,
so.
even with it, I've got like a big heavy-duty tripod with the lads one, and if it's windy and you've got it at maximum zoom and you're trying to look at something like the moon, there's vibrations all over the place. It's really hard to keep it steady.
Yeah.
So
you have to put your hand
without sending a tripod with it, you know, anyone that knows that camera would know it's useless.
Can't you? Yeah. Can't zoom on anything.
Yeah, he never sent the stand, Paul Russin was saying. He has carpal tunnel syndrome and he struggled to hold it. And initially, Ranty said he could keep it until after Christmas, but then he changed his mind and said, send it back or I'm calling the cops.
It's gonna do. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Interesting.
We report, you decide.
Yep.
Paul's probably going to be banned from Ranties now. Just
Yeah, you don't want to hang out with us for bad news. I was telling Flatzoid the other day, man, you sure you want to hang out with us? We get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
For what?
you get banned from places for talking about things. I don't know. You be the judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a good thing, you know? Things naturally happen the way they're supposed to, but I don't know. I think it might be better. It's obviously better now, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Bertie says that Tony kept blocking him because he couldn't win an argument. Well, like I say, anytime, Bertie, come on in. Well, I don't know if you can formulate an argument properly or anything.
Yeah, Bertie used to be called Bertie something else, and he was like, yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, he's been around forever.
Nice one, Paul. Yeah, we were always open. Anyone come in. We are a friendly bunch, no matter what anybody says. There's some of the best people I've ever met around this little group that we've got going here. Anyone welcome. It's whether you can actually stick it yourself. But most people have been round here, and only the real honest people seem to stick around.
Flat Earth data.
Yeah.
Yeah, people just come and go. That you get in where you fit in. Just if you talk shite, we're gonna call you out. That's all there is to it. No hatred, no personal animosity. Just it's like you're full of shit. What you're talking about is baseless.
Yeah. Support what you say. Otherwise, yeah.
You guys seem okay, but you don't make much sense. But you're way better than Nathan.
Not you, Nathan.
Yeah, not you, Nathan. Which Nathan? Nathan
Roberts?
Nathan
Nathan Tokley.
Tokley.
Yeah.
Tokums. Toka.
I like Nathan. He if you're a 101 person coming into this subject, you can learn a lot over there.
You can learn a lot from both of them, to be honest. There's always something to be learned from everyone. Always learn from everyone.
Oh yeah.
And I do. I like Nathan Oakley. Shout out to Nathan.
Looks like that. Looks like Plague just. I don't know if he's done with that Imaginometry thing. Maybe not. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm liking that. That extra 3D modelling aspect of it is, I think, what we were missing. We've got the argument, we've got the formulation of the logic, we've got the people, we've got DP doing the memes, and now with Plague and the 3D modelling. Yeah, there's some pretty simple truths to be talked, and then people can explain around it as much as they want.
Yeah, we need to take the time tomorrow after Chunky comes by for his morning show. We need to take the time to get that Imaginometry together, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, getting it together and explaining how to use it.
Yeah, we just have to have it in a presentable, simplified, consolidated type version to then start using it, wielding that sword,
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll be getting ready to do a few more over there at Nips. Maybe tomorrow night. Maybe do a similar sort of thing tomorrow. Might be another short video during the day of when Chunky came round.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, if you live stream and, like Expo would probably show up and I might be a little busy, but then, it's not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind live streaming and all that, but what I don't want to do is cut down on the any chats that we would have had due to the people that don't want to talk about the live streaming, right?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are here that aren't really talking.
Well, a lot of people are, I say, shy.
Yeah, like DP.
No, DP's got a cold, I think.
I'm quiet. I'm shy, but I'll talk once in a while.
Dude, you can get going.
If I get going in a good atmosphere, good setting, it depends on where you're at, the setting you're at, and everything. So, I mean, I don't know, Bev, different setting, Everyone has their own setting they do well in, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can all talk when we get going.
Yeah, I think we'll start. There's a lot of stuff that we need to start going over, right? Because there's a lot of shit being talked about us, or particularly the test. I mean, they keep linking it to me. Bev doesn't understand this and Bev doesn't understand that. But I mean, it's not up to me. I mean, who cares what I understand or you don't understand? It's about what everybody else understands. And I think it's only going to be fair that if I get chance to explain what it is that I'm going on about, then if somebody says that I don't understand it, then they should have to put up a counter argument towards it and be able to explain that better. Or, so yeah, I'll just start explaining some of the things that obviously need to be explained, like the water level test.
Yeah, and with the numbers that King Ruhith provided, and others.
Yeah, I can contrast their problems that they have on the other side, right? And then it would be only fair that if somebody said I didn't understand it, they would have to put forward their case and show what was wrong with what I said.
Bev,
Yeah, man.
the non-Euclidean geometry.
Yep.
Is there a non-imaginometry imaginometry?
Whoa. Well, no, because like imaginometry is perhaps the finest non-Euclidean geometry, right? Because it's about as far as you can get from reality as you could possibly be. It's like reality is whatever you see, feel, touch, and do all of that, and imaginometry is like non-expressible within reality. I mean, that's the beauty of it. It's completely within your own head and completely imagined.
Deludinometry.
Delusionometry. Perhaps you could do a whole new branch of it.
Oh, that'd be good.
Mm.
Put it on the website.
A specialist.
Branch out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, we'll get to that. The postulates, maybe something can be done under that.
Highly
maybe
practiced.
We can just have our own. Yeah.
There's got to be a further step. There must be.
Professional imaginometry, where you're like a surveyor.
No, that's built in. It's an imaginometer.
Oh.
That's within the axioms. Like once you initially start off as an imaginometrist, practicing the art, but once you become fully proficient in it, most people imagine that they are the imaginometer at the beginning.
I need to read it better.
Yeah, you're in control.
And then it's total rule. That's the law of the land right then. Nothing can go against that.
I was looking at Gently's water level. It looks like there's an air pocket in that water level, but I can't really tell.
I don't know.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. I'd say like he's it sort of would give Brad the science guy hope. Because that is what Brad the science guy's looking at, right? But he would just have to imagine that he was at the higher side, because there's the problem. Is the fact?
That.
Yeah.
A debate discussion there.
Yeah, I noticed that. And then just as it zooms over, there's a big, massive drip that comes from somewhere.
Yeah, leaky pipe.
We like the leaky pipes. I mean, it is. I think that's built into the axioms of a water level. Whenever you're like depends how much you believe in the model. But if you ever attempt to do a water level, you must absolutely mess it up.
Sly like Rumpus is gonna do.
Yeah.
Whatever Rumpus is doing. Talking shite. He'll never do anything.
Yeah, he's test. Looking over there and you've got the pipes and the 6 people and all of that fully coordinated by Rumpus, which sounds brilliant. We will be there if it happens. But then he says he's going to turn round and have a water level behind that he can sight.
Crazy.
Yeah, dark shark. It's like he's just going to dark shark in the opposite direction to what he's doing his test. It's fantastic. I'm loving it. And
is that what he was talking about on there yesterday?
Yeah.
Madness.
So if anybody doesn't understand yet what the dark shark is, it's a scoped water level, which is the only way that you can imagine that there is a curvature within a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, as established by everyone that's ever used it.
What's the point of a water level then?
Exactly.
It's gonna be a curve.
Yeah, that's why you need a dark shark. You need the sighting equipment at the end.
I'll be
That-
back in a little while.
So you want to test Mother Nature's interpretation of reality, nature's way of putting things on the reality. It's not going to change. You don't need an auto level. Like if I poured water on the ground, the water is not going to somehow bend around, and form some sort of dome.
Exactly.
So what you're saying, water can't support its own mass? Can't form a curve?
No. You see, the water level that doesn't come as supplied, it's a separate purchase with the dark shark. When you do that, that does establish a horizontal plane. Everybody knows that. So if you were to just use it as everybody else uses the water level, you'd just end up with a horizontal. I mean, Rumpus did try and explain that last night as well I think it was on Jose's. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the water level does establish a horizontal. So the only way you can imagine that there is at least some curvature to that is to sight it from one end. See, it's a genius idea. I don't know why nobody's ever done it before. I mean, people just been using the tool. The water level for the purpose that it was meant for. I mean, they'd never imagined that they could imagine curvature within it up until the fact that they got told that water level was a tool for establishing a horizontal, and it came with a proof.
Oh, it's genius.
Yeah.
Genius statement. You've never thought somebody would imagine that.
So,
well, yeah.
DP's got a range of them in various sizes as well. Because, I mean, obviously, if you want to imagine you see curvature, you want to imagine that you can see it over great distances as well. I mean, these tools aren't meant for going that far. So you have to be able to imagine it. And that's where the dark shark comes in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The temperature of the water might affect it. That's what I was thinking. I'm surprised none of them have said anything about the temperature of the water, like over long distances. I've never heard anyone say that yet.
That doesn't affect the dark shark sight. Temperature of the water. But I mean, I suppose we could put a throw in a thermometer or two. Or three. Could throw in 3. Well, actually, at a price, could make people pay for them.
Oh yeah. Or
actually, we could do it like the water level and say, not sold separately. Because actually, you can't really. So it's only imagined. So yeah, you just imagine that you checked it. Yeah.
That's all you need. Imaginometry. Like refraction. Somehow you're going to need an auto level for that refraction somehow. So over long distances. You're going to make sure it's there.
Well, you want longer distances. You have telescope. I mean, that's what Rumpus is doing. Rumpus isn't having an auto level. He's telescoping it. Terrestrial telescope.
Hey, I thought you could see like over 100 miles with like an auto level on a peak. Remember that mountain?
That's a theodolite. Yeah, 26 times scope one, 80 odd miles.
Oh, yeah, theodolite.
Yeah.
I thought that was auto level. Yeah, you could see pretty far on that.
That Jesse, I think it was. Will not show his thing in case we get a strike. But yeah, he took an auto level. No, a theodolite up a mountain.
Oh, it was a theodolite.
Yeah, to take a picture of another mountain.
Hey.
Yeah. That's nice. I mean, they don't usually do that. People just get just take a camera. It's a bit of a lengthy trek to take it's only a 26 times zoom, tiny little aperture size of it. You get a much better picture with a camera, but hey,
So
some
why
people.
Why would you drag one of them up a mountain?
Hey, curvature hunters do some fantastic things, right? I think he said on Jose's that his mate said flat Earth or something. So he obviously, as you do, but buy some stuff off the eBay or whatever, and then fix it, and then carry it up a mountain. I mean, why not? Isn't that what you do, Bri?
What, I'd set a level up a mountain?
Yeah. You say what? The Earth's flat? Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll trek up a 6,000-foot mountain with me with me theodolite. Set it up and take a picture. I don't know what that proves, but I mean, hey. I thought it was a pretty impressive shot, right? You know, can you imagine seeing 80-odd miles? I mean, that's an impressive distance photography sort of thing. For anyone. I mean, it would be for me anyway. We got the Isle of Man, 85 miles. I mean, that's pretty good. And that was with a P1000. Maximum, well, I don't know whether it was maximum zoom or probably a pretty big zoom. And he got a lovely picture. The top of a mountain. Snow-top peaks.
Yeah, they get these amazing shots sometimes somewhere.
Yeah.
You know.
It was only 26 times magnification as well.
That's it.
Yeah.
I guess you don't need a P1000. Optical zoom 125.
Yeah,
something.
that might be why, Brian. You might get really good pictures. Did you see them? I mean, that might be why. All these photographers are missing out. And mind you, it is a bit of a trek, right? Imagine that on your backpack.
Are you trying to tell me he took a picture of the eyepiece?
He took a picture through the eyepiece, yeah.
And considered that to be a credible image?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it is YouTube. I mean, I think he said he doesn't know anything about surveying. He just decided to buy a theodolite off the internet.
Well, if you own one, you're a professional, mate.
Well, he will be next week. I mean, once he's done a couple of videos about it. I mean, as soon as you've used it, I mean, if you take a picture through it, I mean, that proves that you know what you're doing.
Oh, of course.
That guy from Maine, I mean, did you see his? I've got a video. I'm going to have to go over that. But yeah, when he set his up next to an auto level and a theodolite next side by side, he showed that the horizontals were way off.
Huh.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, he didn't even care either. Didn't matter because both of them were above the horizon. Didn't matter that they were both next to each other but had massively different horizontals. I mean, no, that didn't prove that he couldn't set them tools up.
So
Didn't
which
know
one
what
was correct?
Don't know.
What the heck is going on? Oh.
I don't know. That's the water level. Gently's just listened to the start. It's going over his one. Nice, it's water level. What about the bubble? Can you see the one in the picture at the minute on screen? Can you see that air bubble? Is that an airlock that you've got in it? Gently. Looks like there's a water level in there somehow.
Yeah, I'd like to understand what Gently thinks of a water level is. Gently, what do you think a water level is? What it's used for, too?
I like that small one. He's got extra big vials at the end of. See you later, Bertie.
Clary's photo.
Yeah, the one on screen.
Yeah. Nice little.
Oh, he's gently
like
typing in the
he's
debate
on.
discussion in here. He might even be coming in. Has he got?
That would be nice. Drag him off of YouTube.
Where did he put his video from earlier? Making sure he's got roles. Yeah, he's got a live stream. He can come in if he wants.
Let's see. Gently, come on in. Show us your.
He's typing.
Show us your water level.
No, don't pressure him.
Gently. He's a gentleman. Who's clocking in to replace Charlie? It's funny. Of course. Of course.
Yeah, we know you're in the YouTube chat. Yeah. Yeah, we can see you in the YouTube chat. We wondered why you were typing in here. Yeah, you can't come in. Yeah, it's alright. We know you'll come in. You did say you were going to come in and explain us your imaginings of the horizon being a chord. I'm going to take it that you didn't understand it was a chord or what a chord was. But I presume you do know what a chord is. And you made a mistake. But yeah, Gently was meant to be coming in for give us his imaginings of how a horizon was a chord on the geometric model.
Yeah, like a geometric chord. Not like a guitar. Yeah, like a straight line.
Yeah, so he does. He knows what a chord is, and he wasn't mistaken that a horizon. He thinks an horizon is a chord.
So yeah, he thinks there's a horizon, and well, there. Well, what the heck?
Yeah, that's why it's an imagining.
I wonder if he thinks there's something beyond that. Like there's a chord, and then there's the perimeter, right, or something beyond that.
Yeah, it's the circumference, and the chord will always be lower than the circumference. But
so
then
we're looking
he
at two different
imagines
things.
that the horizon is the chord.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
it's
fantastic for me. That.
Oh wow, that is good.
Mm.
Well, it's 2D. It's 2D shaped. The circle, right? So what about on an actual sphere? Can you put the same thing on a 3D object, or are we just doing a 2D? Are we in 2D land? Huh.
I don't know. Like, don't you imagine his imaginings for him until he's come and told us. I mean, they are his imaginings.
So he's a flat earther, maybe.
I can't even perceive it.
Huh.
Oh, it's a broken water level. Gently, can you see the picture on the screen at the minute? Is that an airlock that's in it? And is that what you mean by broken? So you knew it wasn't level. So it's a bit... Can you call it a water level if it's broken? Because that doesn't seem like...
Deceptive.
How do you call that level? And how do you call it a water level if it's broken? I'd say...
Yeah, purposely putting a broken water level in the image to distort or misrepresent the purpose of a water level, maybe.
But a broken water level isn't a water level.
Yeah, how can you have it?
It's
just a tube.
It's just a tube with water.
How can it? Yeah, there's a hole in it, and the water is gonna go out. If there's an airlock.
Oh, it's an airlock.
Wow.
Ah, well.
So, I guess you can have trapped air within the water level somehow.
To stop it from working. Yeah, I mean that is one of the problems, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Naturally happens.
Yeah. Well done. Gently. It'd happen the same if you put your foot on it. Squashed it.
Yep.
Like, yeah. Hey, look, my water level's broken. Why? Because I'm stupid. Oh. Right.
Yeah, if there's air in it, then
I'll film it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds sensible. Well, yeah, definitely do that.
The point of having a water level if it's not going to be a water level? It's just a tube with air and water in it.
Yeah. Oh, look, here's Brad. Brad's typing. Brad will be asking you how we can measure it.
Huh.
It's late. It's this sort of time at night that Brad came in last time.
Yeah, it's in their minds. They'll come in whenever it gets too much. They want to know what's going on.
Oh, Gently's come up with a nice question here. He says, can you tell me why, when water is denser and more viscous than air, how can air stop the water equalizing?
Water is just water. It's always going to just be water unless you put something in the water that's denser.
Is he asking why does the air cause an airlock? Because the water's meant to be more dense than the air. I'd say it probably at a ratio of, 50,000 to 1? Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Might have a relationship, something like that. But yeah, why is there an airlock in there? And why do airlocks stop the liquid from going through? Because I think that happens with oil as well. I mean, I'm not too really good with cars and all of that, but I would imagine Rob would be able to help us out. Or even Redmond's, he's quite good with mechanics. But an airlock will happen within any liquid and stop the flow of the water and stop it equalizing because there's an airlock in it.
Yeah, we're just explaining things that this goes into measuring with the water level, right?
Yeah, and the problems with it. Yeah, the water, in order, it needs to be one body, and if there's an airlock, then the air separates the bits of water and stops them from working. I don't know, that's crazy. I'm trying to imagine what you're thinking about. Why does air stop the water level equalizing? Because there's an airlock in it, gently.
Because you need to move the water around. It's really not. No, we're not struggling. Because when you get water in a level, you're adjusting the water's height to equal length. Okay, so when you're always going to be moving the water as it's going along. So you need a nice continuous water to get a right reading, or else it wouldn't work if there's any air bubble or anything in it when you're going to point B.
Does Gently know why it's called an airlock?
That would be a good one. He can hear you.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping he heard me. Maybe he could come and explain what an airlock is and what causes an airlock.
He thinks we're struggling, but I mean, I would say again, that has separated that into two bodies. Now, the pressure and the weight of the top body is pushing on that air, compressing it a little bit, but then trying to equalize the rest of the other body out. So the body is displaced by the
bodies.
weight of the top of the airlock, right? The airlock's in there because it's locked in between two competing bodies of water, right? That's what I would imagine, Rob, just from competing. They want to be equalized, the body of water, but there's an air locked in the middle of it, and they're both competing to become equalized.
Yeah, no, I get it. Question.
What would you say, Gently? What would you say? Right. Gently made it like that on purpose to demonstrate a point, which you just made a quick 30-second video that shows what's it meant to show. Yeah, what was the point, Gently?
That gravity's not real? Because you broke it?
He thinks we're flapping. I don't know. Like, Gently, please explain what you're talking about. There is an airlock in the middle, and it's in the middle of two competing bodies of water that are wanting to equalize out. It's pretty simple. Like, if you moved that air out of the way, it would become one, and it would equal out completely.
Shows you the honest nature of a lot of these ballers.
Why can't the water displace the air if it can displace the same volume of water? It's an airlock, Gently. An airlock.
Yeah.
Is it meant to dissolve into it? Osmosis, diffusion? What exactly do you imagine should happen to the water? Should the air dissolve into the water and make the water? I don't know. Gently, come on. You're gonna have to help us out with better than that. That's terrible.
An airlock.
What's your point? You're showing us that you can't sort out a water level and how it works. Everybody knows you can't have an airlock in it. It'll do your brakes. It'll do your oil. A water level won't work with airlocks in it. Wow. Sorry, Jelly.
Yeah, an airlock in your cooling system of your vehicle will cause your vehicle.
What? He wants to know the mechanics of an airlock. What? You just don't have one. I mean, it's not something you ever need. It's a problem you fix.
Do you want to show my screen for a sec?
Maybe in a pipe, you can have an airlock after a while, because you get oxygen dissolving into the water, I think.
So this is a coolant system. Air gets in here.
Yeah, air gets in there.
If I have the lid off, I can create an airlock by emptying it out the bottom and just pouring it in. So here, there's a part that'll be higher in the motor over here somewhere. The water won't rise up to that level, and it'll create an airlock. So I have this other tool that goes on top of this bottle that raises all the water level up here. So any air that's in the motor will get pushed out because the fluid is above the motor.
Yeah, so you would never purposely put an airlock into something, would you?
No, I would never purposely put an airlock in it. Here, I'll show you the little bucket and all the adapters to prevent airlocks. Cooling. So I got all these little adapters. And then this bucket goes on top of the coolant bottle, like so. And then all of the water is above the motor. So there won't be any airlock. All the bubbles will come out into this bucket.
Yeah, man.
So airlocks are not good. I know about airlocks.
Yeah.
So gently, come and explain why you put an airlock in your little water level.
Oh, hey, Brad. Yeah, so gently. Why would you purposely put an airlock into something, and what purpose do you have for showing that an airlock? I mean, everybody knows you have to get rid of airlocks. You get rid of them, you don't purposely put them into something to show. Well, I suppose you could if you wanted to show people that things don't work. If there was water in the pipe, the level would equalise. Put some air in and it won't. Why? Because it's got an airlock in it. And an airlock will create two different bodies of water with a competing bit with an airlock in between, like we said before. It doesn't stop water from moving, it just separates the two bodies of water. I mean, how do you get an airlock out? You just move the water, you move it until you get the airlock out. Ha ha ha. What's funny?
Yeah, generally that's kind of childish. You keep on asking us your questions, but you're not really telling us why you would do this. I mean, why? What's the point of putting an airlock in? And you're saying we're baffled by this airlock thing.
I'm baffled why somebody would want to put an airlock into something and then not be able to explain why they did it. It's crazy. Brad's here. I mean, Brad, you said the water level is, establishes a horizontal and it equalizes out. Can you imagine why someone would want to it breaking a tool? Really, it's just making it so it doesn't work and do the job it was meant to do. I can't imagine why anyone would want to do that. And it's funny. Because it works with siphoning when you're siphoning. Right, there's a point that you can't siphon because an airlock occurs that stops the siphoning process.
Yeah, you could put a lock on top if you want, if you don't want anything to come out, if you're doing cars or something, stuff like that. You can purposely put an airlock in. Some stuff too, yeah.
Yeah, but in a car you don't want any airlock, or in your fluid.
Yeah.
Your oil system doesn't really get airlocks. It's got a pump.
Ah, I see.
Where
he's
has
going.
a water pump.
He says you don't even question how it got there. I mean, it's at the bottom of the largest volume of water. Why doesn't it rise? Well, he obviously doesn't understand what the air is within the water. As to say, why doesn't it rise? Why doesn't the bubble rise?
So I think it's, yeah.
Anyone? Does anyone want to have a go at what it is?
What's the question? He's got an airlock in his radiator?
No, he's purposely put an airlock in a water level. In the tube.
Oh, I thought he was... I see. I thought he was at his car.
No, that was... Rob was showing us how an airlock is...
How to prevent an airlock.
Yeah, how to take an airlock out of the system because it's not needed. Gently showing us how you put an airlock in a water level and what it does effectively breaks the water level, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's asking for the mechanics behind it. Basically he's breaking a tool with something that everybody knows is like a bad thing. We don't want airlocks. And then he's asking us to explain why he did it. Or why the air's there.
So when you fill your water level, you have to be careful not to get air introduced into it? Is that the plan?
Yeah, definitely. Otherwise it doesn't work. I mean, everybody knows that, don't they? You've got to have it as one body of water, otherwise...
He says that water is denser and more viscose than the air. So he's relating that to that be an airlock, I think. He wants to know why is the air stopping the water from equalizing. But I think...
I'm sure.
Isn't that the other way around, though? I thought it was...
He wants to turn it into a big bubble that should rise. And he's saying...
I think the gas is less dense than the liquid.
What I heard is Sly Sparkane. He said he pre-filled his water tubes before he went out. Do you think that's a good idea, or would you do it out in the field, lay out your hose, and then run your water through?
Oh, Sly Sparkane pre-filled his water tubes,
Yeah, he said he filled them up before he even went out. He filled up all the tubes full of water and then capped the ends off.
And then
so when he was out there, he could just connect it up, and he didn't have... It was all water, filled with water already.
That sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he didn't have very good success with his test, you know.
He said he couldn't find all of the leaks. Which I find is amazing, because how many tubes did he have?
16, I think.
So he only had like what 15 connections.
Yeah.
And he
But he said people were walking on it and riding bikes over it.
Yeah, he couldn't find the leaks, but he only had connections. I mean, he wouldn't have been Sicilius to have like a hard pipe, would he? I mean, they wouldn't have cracked. So he could only have had those 15 joins. And
I think he
couldn't find all of the leaks, were his words.
I think he had leaks and crimps where people had walked on the hose and smushed it. I was just curious, would you fill them on site or would you fill them beforehand to make sure you don't have any air there?
Oh, I've got contingency plans with all airlock adjustments, like Rob said.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We just get rid
How
of
would
all
you
of the
test
airlocks. How would a test?
To see if you have an air bubble in the middle.
You just add a bit of water to one end, don't you, and see if the other one end moves.
See if it goes up. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, would you call that? I call that science. Right, because you're altering a bit, aren't you? And then looking for a result somewhere else.
Looking for a result.
Yeah.
Sure.
If there's science to be had in it anywhere, it's the manipulation of a variable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm recording the results. Yeah, so I mean, like, yeah, if I'd have one set up. Ideally, I'd have them in 400 meter segments.
The internet people.
Who are you talking to?
Brad, are you on that again?
Yeah.
I told you no more flat Earth.
Yeah, are you talking to those people again?
Those flat earthers. No.
Anywho.
Oh, hey.
We're
just saying now.
We're trying to get you, if you watch the video or anything, we're trying to get you as much help as we can, Brad, but people aren't up for listening. Have you ever had a word with Rumpus yet? Because Rumpus has a test. He might be keen to hear from you.
It looks really good, his test.
Rumpus's, which one do you like? Do you like the bit where he turns round and does a dark shark? Does a 180 dark shark?
Yeah. See, he thinks just like me, Rumpus does.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing, surely.
Yeah. I don't think that's something to brag about.
No. It's because we have the same model, I think that's why.
Oh, model buddies.
Yeah, model buddies. Yeah, kind of like
you do stick together, you model buddies, don't you?
But Rumpus,
models look good, but they don't really make much sense sometimes.
But Rumpus, he's doing 6 miles, right?
So he says.
He's got a target at the end. I think he said 30-foot target.
Do you really think that that's necessary to go 6 miles? Can we just
figure it out a 30-foot target? No.
No.
Okay, half a mile.
That's what he said. 30-foot target.
His end target is 30 feet.
Yep.
Wow, what's he making that out of?
Because I think
is that like a 30-foot diameter target or like a 30-foot?
No, tall.
Oh.
I'm not sure how he made it or what it's made out of. He said he's got it in his garage. I'm sure it's more than one piece.
He's got a target that's going to be 30 feet high.
Mm-hmm. I think he said the drop was 24 feet.
How big is his target that he's going to be suspending 30 feet up in the air?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
That must be some impressive structure.
Oh, I know.
When you heard Rumpus talking about this, where did you imagine Rumpus being
Yeah, like over a flat.
Is
something.
is Rumpus on the telescope at one end? And is
He really
there?
didn't say. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll be going back.
Do you
and
think
forth.
Rumpus? He's 6 miles, you reckon, at the Bedford Canal? You reckon Rumpus will just be going backwards and forwards over those? Because they're bridges on a canal, right? It's not that easy to get from one to the other, right? In fact, it's pretty difficult. But anyway, Rumpus, you would imagine him, because I can't personally see Rumpus stood at the bottom end of a stick holding it up while somebody else is looking at it, can you? I see Rumpus as being the man by the telescope, but not actually on the telescope because he doesn't know how to work this sort of stuff. I see Rumpus at the telescope end looking at a screen and conducting where everybody else is and probably shouting at them because he doesn't know how to organise anything. And nobody would know what he was doing, and nobody would be doing the correctly, and it'd be like Sly Sparkane, right?
Yeah, he wants to do a big production, have like a film crew.
I know he's got big ideas, hasn't he? He's got dreams.
Maybe he'd be the director. I'm not sure.
Yeah. This is going to be great. I mean, like we can get about 3, possibly 4 P1000/P900s video equipment videoing it for him. I mean, we could do like the sort of the behind the scenes footage.
Maybe you should talk to Rumpus. Have you talked to him?
Well, he did come in earlier.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he didn't stay around for very long. He left without saying anything.
Without saying anything, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, he's not.
Are you guys gonna chat or debate?
I've said to Rumpus, we'll go down there and help him out with some cameras.
Well, yesterday, I think it was yesterday, he was on Jose.
Yes.
And he was saying he wants to chat with you.
Really?
I think that's what he said.
I don't think he said that. I think he said that I don't. Oh, he said he wants to chat with me. Well,
I'll go back and listen to Jose's video from yesterday.
Anytime Rumpus comes over, if he can come over whenever he wants, Rumpus.
But he was talking about you. He was talking about your test.
I know. They all do, don't they?
On Jose's.
Yeah, they all do. They've been talking about it everywhere. Talking over it at Gems. Talking about it on Jose's. But, you know, like, we can't go over to Jose's, don't you?
Yeah. You've seen my message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't say what he wants the apology for, though.
Well, yeah, he did. He said he wants a formal apology for you saying that he slanders people. I think is what he said.
He said.
That's what he said.
He said it, though. I didn't say
I asked him.
He said it. He slanders their nameless.
Do you want me to get the video? I'll put the video in the debate discussion, and you can hear.
Yeah. Maybe it just wasn't that video. Maybe it was something you said. But it has to do with the slander. I remember when the whole slander
but
thing
he
was
said
going
it.
on.
He said it.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Yeah.
But like I said, maybe it's more than just that video.
Slanders people because they're nameless, faceless potatoes.
Yeah.
But that's what he said.
We did. Well, that's what his slander is. What he said.
Yeah, there you go. If you want to slander he came over here, right? Jose came from his show with his live stream into this very room and said that what he said. So you think you best make sure, because I don't know how I could apologize for him saying something, right? Because you don't think that I made him come over here and say that, do you?
No.
No.
And like I said earlier, it's like I'm just a middleman. I have no idea what's going on between you and all this slander stuff. I just asked him for you. Why?
Yeah. Well,
what would it take to get unblocked?
Yeah.
And that's what he told me. So
Yeah.
that's, what
Because
happened.
You said
what he
that-
thinks. I have no idea. I just.
You said it'd be
relayed
a
the
good
message.
idea for me to go over there, didn't you?
Yeah, because Rumpus was over there talking about you in your test.
But I'm unsure. I can't. How would I apologise
Hang
for
on,
something
hang on,
he
hang on.
said?
Hang on, Beth. We went everywhere they were talking about you. We would never get anything done around here.
Yeah, true.
Because I guarantee you, Bev in a lot of places.
Good morning, everyone. I haven't got my headphones on, so sorry if I sound funny.
Morning,
You
Paige.
sound good.
Morning, Paige.
Guten Morgen.
Did you guys see the chat on Ranty's, on Brandon's, I mean, this morning or today? Now?
We're banned. I can't see it.
Yeah.
You can't even see the YouTube video anymore.
Oh, I'm not watching that at the minute. Who's that?
Oh, because would you believe that not only are you banned, but your name, Emma's name, the name Try Thinking, have all been censored. If you type any of them in the chat, your message doesn't show.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Like,
It's like a
my
swear
God.
word.
Yeah. So I said, a few times in the chat, I said things like, this is really bad, Ranty, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
Shut the level up.
and they have no problem forgiving ballers for anything they say, but for some reason, this tiny little thing, and now I've got Ranty messaging me saying about Bev buying subs and all this kind of shit, and I'm like, I don't even care. Even if he did, I wouldn't care. Like, if somebody had to buy subs to get to 1,000 so that they could live stream or something, well, I don't have a problem with that. Why would I? It's got nothing to do with the actual argument. They're not, coming up with a rebuttal to your argument and saying we think your argument is bollocks because of this and giving a rebuttal. They're just saying, it's bullshit, and because he called me a wanker, I'm pissed off.
Hey, we're live on YouTube right now, Paige. Just so you know.
Oh. Oh, well, everyone just heard my feelings then, didn't they? I don't hide much.
Don't tell anyone, but
don't tell anyone, but millions of people have just heard you.
Yeah, we did suspect the censorship of our names.
I didn't, honestly. I was shocked. I was actually shocked.
What about my name?
That
Did they
he would go
ban
that
my name?
far.
I want to be banned too.
You want your name banned?
That would be awesome. I wish my name was banned.
And then Shills was in there, sort of giving him a hard time about the censorship of you guys too, and all Ranty said about that was, if you don't stop talking, if you don't stay on point or something, I'll ban you too.
Yep.
I was like, okay.
What? Stay on point to what about the tranny stuff? Start calling me a tranny again, otherwise I'll ban you.
Well, Shields was saying that he was going to do a transvestigation on Ranty.
Yeah.
He's going, I think you're a woman, Ranty. But he was sticking up for you, Bev, and saying, that it was wrong to censor, this bad.
Well, I mean,
I agree. It's like
this is the worst censorship ever.
It's the most like unbelievable to me. So such a little thing has blown into this massive, to me it feels like somebody or a group of somebodies are trying to break up all the people who have gotten together and decided to fight for this particular argument, who've decided this argument's really good. We've got geometry behind it. It's something we can physically prove in reality. Anyone can do it. So all of a sudden now all these problems have sprung up and people are being, sort of forced to choose sides. Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to choose between you guys and Ranty and Brandon?
I think so.
Am I going to get banned if I stick up for you?
Yeah, you shouldn't have to stick up for anything, but
You will always be welcome here.
Thank you, darling.
I think the problem is it's the argument, right?
Yes, it's got to be. Because what you said, the things that have been said are nowhere near bad enough for this kind of censorship. Like if you'd come out and said, I'm going to find where you live, Ranty, and I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to do this and do that and blah, 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 then I could understand it. But nothing like that has happened.
He takes little stuff that happens and he amplifies it to a point where it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, making mountains out of molehills.
Exactly, and something's bound to happen. Like someone's bound to say a name, but I think he was just waiting for it for them, and they could stick that on us and everyone.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Someone's echoing.
It's a Paige, I think, she's without no headset.
Yeah, sorry, I'll go on.
But yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Paige, like how there's something behind, someone's behind the curtains, like orchestrating this. I don't think it's anything, with Randy per se. It's him that's carrying it out, but he's like the puppet, or he's something's going on, we think.
Brandon's the puppet.
That's what I was going to say. It seems to me that Ranty still has a lot of control in that channel, even though he said it's Brandon's channel now. Like Brandon won't say anything different to what Ranty says. So it's like nothing's changed. It's still Ranty's decisions, what goes on, or Brandon agrees wholeheartedly. So if he does agree, then he's censoring somebody for an insult that was given to somebody else. It wasn't even directed at Brandon. So, he's like fighting Ranty's battle for him, and it's not even a battle. It's just, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't get it.
It's beyond me, and we're open for conversation, always have been. There's no difference.
I think it's deeper than that. I think he's working with the Globers to do something. I don't know what.
Hey, Bev, I got a question.
Oh,
go
on, Brad.
Echo there. What would you pay me for a sub?
What?
What would you pay me to be a sub? You buy subs?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. Oh,
No.
I thought you did.
Nah. Why would I buy subs?
Isn't that what you were talking about earlier? Somebody said you buy subs.
Loads of people have been saying I buy subs, but
that's what he's being accused of.
I haven't bought any subs, so I mean,
Does that
what?
mean he's actually buying subs?
What you meant to
I
say?
was saying, I could use some money.
Pardon?
If you want to buy a sub, I'm out here.
I don't buy subs. Why would I need to buy subs?
Sarcasm.
I'll take an Italian hoagie.
Yeah, I don't need subs. It doesn't make any difference, does it? I
So if you want to buy one.
It might make some difference to somebody who wants to accuse me of something. But I mean, if I've not bought any subs, then what can I say?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose buying subs would only matter to people who are making money off their subs.
Yeah, if they wanted to monetize and get people to give them money for each month or whatever, get them to super chat, and then ban them.
Yeah, exactly.
Channel members.
And ban them.
Yeah, ban
pretty
them.
Yeah, Rob was banned when he was a channel member.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't have any channel
Is that
members.
better? I found my headphones too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's just more distraction.
I think that's what they want.
Yep, more chaos, more distraction.
Yeah, because I must admit, if that's their goal, to get people to not want to participate in the argument, then they're doing a good job, because I heard Smurfer girl Danielle in the chat saying the same thing. She feels the same way I do, that all this drama is just nonsense. We don't want any part of it.
No, neither do we.
They keep pushing it.
Yeah.
Hey?
We don't. I don't want any drama.
No. Yeah, they seem to, but
they want the drama, but don't want to be involved in the drama, right? They just want to point and say, "Look at the drama over there."
Run.
Yeah, look at them. Look.
I call it a hit and run. Ranty comes on, talks to him on Discord.
Oh, good analogy. Yeah, hit and run.
Yep.
It's a troll and
roll.
I can't do
Yeah,
that.
troll and roll.
Troll and roll.
Yeah.
They are some of the silliest people, though, since they do this stuff. They'll do anything now, I think.
It's like rubbernecking, it's people get distracted and they want you to focus on the garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to get away from, how easy this argument is. That's why they hate it so much, so they don't want to go to it. It's like a playbook thing they got. Oh, if this guy does this, then we got to censor him somehow.
Right. Yep.
I don't think it'll make any difference to what we do. We just carry on doing what we do. To be fair, watching the shows after we've been thrown off them, it's quite funny.
Yeah, it's like, damn, why were we even there?
I think we were over there giving them content and all of this stuff that we've got, the test, and we've got way more stuff that we've not. Well, I guess we've not been allowed to give them because they just don't want it. So, I think that's why we're here.
Shit, we're here every day, all day. Might as well be loud.
Yeah, I might go live at sometime tomorrow. Do a bit of that. Make a video. Put that out. Come live again tomorrow night.
I will say, you guys make my days at work that much fly by, like they didn't even happen.
Yeah.
It's almost time to go home soon. I got an hour and a half left already.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's why I come in here.
What time is it?
Not just to kill time, but it's the argument.
Oh, gently's give up on his thing. I hope Gently comes in eventually and he can explain what they're talking about.
I don't know why he's being so shy.
Yeah.
I think there's been an order. Ranty's probably give the order. No communication with them. Don't give them anything. It's, I mean, I don't know if you, Brad, they might be telling you soon to keep away from us, because I think they want to shut us down. They don't want this this sort of conversation going out, so they won't want people like you coming round.
Well, that's what Babs was saying to me. He kept sort of pushing this, you shouldn't be hanging around with them, you're letting them think for you and all this kind of shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, we're all about everybody thinking for themselves round here, not trying to think for you.
Yeah, that's what they hate.
Yeah, they don't like that, and it happens slowly. Some of these channels, like Randy's, it just becomes a madhouse.
Idiot.
Troll Central. To get some more visuals and all of that up. Yeah. It gets a bit boring watching the chat all the time. Nobody's putting anything. We need DP on action with his memes.
You saw what Gently said.
It'll pick up.
What was Gently talking about?
Airlocks.
Oh, the airlocks.
Water levels.
Yeah. What
was the yo-yo thing? Earlier I popped on. They were talking about yo-yos flying around on a string.
Yeah.
The heck was that?
He was trying to explain an orbit. How would you explain an orbit?
How would I explain an orbit? Two things are locked together because of gravity.
Oh, like a magnet.
Kind of like that.
That's not an orbit, though, is it?
Not really a magnet.
See, this is
one thing is going. It's going so fast that it's not falling towards the object. It just spins around it. But gravity is holding it.
Falling down? Plays down.
Down?
There's no down.
How do you fall?
Towards. How about towards?
Towards means
how do you explain
getting closer to.
Trying to, but it's going at a speed, so it doesn't go closer. It stays the same distance. Equalized.
How convenient.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, if it wasn't equalized, let's say it was going closer to it, then it wouldn't exist. They would have hit each other. If it was going the other way, if it was slowly getting further away, then it wouldn't exist because it would be gone. It has to be exact.
Do you think?
Otherwise, over millions of years, we wouldn't have the orbit. They would either crash into each other or they would fly apart. It's only the ones that are exact that stay in orbit. Just right.
Yeah, that's the funny part.
That's my understanding. I'm not. I don't have a high education.
Yeah, I don't think equal or any of these words that you were using are usually meant for curvature, right? Or circular or whatever. It's like I said to Chunky. An orbit actually is a straight line that returns back on itself.
So your straight line's curved now.
No, it's a straight line. It's a concept, right? It's not.
See,
it's non-Euclidean. You need to employ non-Euclidean geometry, which means you have to take yourself out of the realm of Euclidean geometry and into another place that isn't Euclidean. And in that place, that's where your imagination lies.
You're going to be a baller before you know it, Pat.
Really?
Yeah, imagine
Yeah.
imagine an elliptical.
See? You're already saying lines bend.
I'm saying
Imagine an elliptical
imagine.
orbit. The elliptical orbit is not even consistent. It's not.
Hang on. You know, like 5 years ago, don't you think like 5 years ago we were all globe heads?
Yeah. I would say I was.
I still am.
I'd say I was unaware of, I don't know, you could say a reality, right?
Yeah,
I
apathetic
was
towards
oblivious.
Well, because you always question it as a kid, right? Like when you're looking at the movies and stuff, you're like, how did that asteroid come and hit this place? You know, how are we sticking to a ball? I would have thought that, like, this makes no sense, you know, like, but I just never had the outlet to understand it, really.
Oblivious to the model. I was about that. That's a good one.
Imagine the elliptical orbit. It's not a ball on a string spinning around in a circle, right? It's changing. It's not perfect. It's not just right. It's always getting farther and closer away. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Especially when constant velocity requires a straight line. Anything other than that is not a constant. It's ever changing.
And also the gravitational pull of the sun and its attraction with the smaller bodies orbiting other like planets, so to say, it would just totally just grab those objects out of it. If the sun was gravitationally pulling on, say, Pluto, and then you take the moon of like Mercury, or if there was a moon there, some planet with a moon like Mars, I think has 2 moons. I mean, that sun would.
Dude, what are you doing?
What?
He's saying you're entering the fantasy world.
Yeah.
Don't go all lemon on us.
Yeah.
It's the ether.
No, I'm saying the model's wrong, right? Like, if there was a gravitational pull from the sun, you can't pull those objects.
Yeah, I'd say if Brad was trying to explain how an orbit works, you're helping him out quite well.
We got another baller.
Mass attracts mass, right? But all the big planets are way out, far away, and the little tiny one is right next.
Goldilocks.
That's a cool story.
I guess I'm a word person, so what's a planet? It's like your only concept of a planet is a light in the sky that's been somebody's told you. That's what a planet is, and guess what? You also live on one of them. It's it's a stupid idea. The word, anytime you use it, it's a dirty word.
I hate when I hear planet Earth.
They don't rotate. You look at the little bodies in the sky, same face. Saturn's gonna be there the whole time. It's not rotating. It's just a little light. Or whatever it is.
You know those dudes with the big telescopes are like,
Why the hell does it rotate?
Yeah. This shit ain't like what they told me in school. Oh well. I'll keep quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a telescope and that's what you do. Is that it? I was thinking it was going to be way better than that.
Mine didn't even work when I got mine.
Yeah.
It didn't. It's like, why the hell does this thing work? It's like, well, you didn't get the right model. You gotta get the extra expensive model, the L2000. Then you can see.
Light years away.
Yeah, you gotta special order it though. You can't find them in the stores.
Oh yeah, I got well, you see they're long time lapse photography things. You have to get a lot of light in, so you have to track it, and so like you can't actually just look through it and see that. No, you have to compile multiple photos and layer them on top of each other, and then maybe adjust the color and to bring out the highlights. Put it through Photoshop and
bam,
light exposure.
Yeah,
You're
bam,
not
there's a
staying there
planet.
long enough. And bam.
You can imagine it as a ball. Call it a face.
There, I put the definition of planet in debate discussion.
Wondering.
Oh, the definition.
Hey, hang on.
It doesn't say.
No, wait. What is the etymology
There you
of
go.
the word planet?
Oh, there you go.
I believe it's planet.
I'll have to work on that.
Planetae Asteres. Wandering star.
It doesn't say light in the sky. In this
What does
definition.
it say?
Keep hitting the wrong button.
Star other than a fixed star. Star revolving in an orbit from old French planete.
Every time I go to hit mute, I hit drop call. It's like, mute.
Oh, it says there's an old one as well. Perhaps it is from nasalized form of pi root pele, flat to spread. No, that wouldn't work. You wouldn't have that one, would you?
That one.
Originally including also the moon and the sun, but not the Earth. Wow, that's world, isn't it? Modern scientific sense of world that orbits a star is from 1630s.
It's all.
I quite like that one though. Fixed stars have apparent motion, unlike the fixed stars originally included also the moon and the sun, but not the Earth.
Geocentric, right? We were just the center. Yeah. Stars, everything was around us.
It's so called because they have apparent motion. Weird. I like the words and how they change.
Just like the Copernican model is not what it originally was.
Yeah, what do you reckon that means then, Brad? How would you interpret the apparent motion, even in yours, including the moon and the sun?
The dark shark.
Wow.
Good.
Is that what you imagine you see? How far are you looking?
That's the 1 mile shot.
You you imagine 4 inch, so that the gap in between the 8 inch and the 4 inch.
Not a shot, that's a drawing.
Did you say a
That's
mile?
my
It's like a
that's my proof.
ad.
Yeah. So
That's my proof.
what? So
8-inch drop.
but it says 8 inches.
Is that a spoof? Or
Is that 8 inches? Where's the 8 inch? Where's the water in the what?
Where's the line for the water?
Yeah.
That's Rufus's.
Yeah, this is just a mess with DP.
Yeah, but where is the water in that thing?
Is at the bottom, right? It's supposed to, below that little whatever it is pole.
Yeah.
I just made this to mess with DP.
Is that a measuring rod at the end? I'm just struggling to.
Yeah, it's a measuring rod. It's supposed to be.
Well, where's the water?
Yeah. The water would be down at the end, the bottom of the pool. Not pictured water level.
So that if I look at that, when you say the bottom of the pole, well, that sort of looks like it could be, around about 12 inches, perhaps. It could be like a 30 centimeter ruler, like Ruhif. Is that what you're doing? Are you using little tiny rulers? And you think when you look over a mile, that little tiny ruler will look like that? You think you're going to be able to measure like a 4-inch?
It's going to be a big pole.
But you've marked it 8 inches and 4 inches, so you can see, like, you can't have it a big pole and just mark 8 inches and 4 inches on it, right?
And the work.
This is.
Go ahead.
This doesn't mean anything. It's just to mess with DP.
I was going to say that's a mile. The working range of the auto level I'm going to buy is 400 feet.
He invented the dark shark, I think so. This is how I want it to look in the end.
It indeed.
That's some scope, that though, right? In order for you to see a 12-inch ruler, like full, near enough within the scope. That's.
Yeah, I think over a mile it'd have
some
to be
optics. I'm not too sure.
That pole would have to be a foot wide.
No,
maybe
it's
wider.
8 inches to the middle. I mean, it's 16 inches at maximum size.
Have you seen George Hanachik? How do you say his last name?
Nutsack.
His poles get bigger and bigger in the distance. The ones further out get bigger and bigger. So when you get to the end ones, they're really massive.
Sorry?
So when you sight down it, they all look the same size. But the ones out further get bigger and bigger.
What, George
have
gets
you seen
bigger poles the further he goes away?
Have you seen his videos?
Wow.
No, I haven't. No, I think we have to...
I'll see if I can find that video.
Yeah, please do.
But yeah,
we'll go over
so
that.
when you sight on the one end, the poles don't look smaller; they all look the same size, but the targets are actually bigger.
Perspective
I'll see if I
poles.
can find that. Yeah, it's to kind of change the perspective.
Sounds like
I'll see if I can find that for you.
I like this. Could you call that perspective surveying? Does George Nutsack do perspective surveying? I like that. That may be where you've got your 8-inch.
It's like refraction too.
Maybe my target's bigger.
Well, he says it's refraction probably or something.
Yeah, he has a hard time with refraction because it changes throughout the day and it's hard to get a good...
Is that why Rumpus has got a 30-foot pole? So we can see it like that. Do you reckon he could put 8-inch mark on it for you?
Somewhere. We'll put 8 inches on there. I don't care.
You could donate for an 8-inch mark on his 30-foot pole. Somewhere in the middle.
He doesn't even have the auto level on like the mark. One of the marks that he has.
It's a dark shark.
Yeah, it's
an adjustable scope so you can find curvature. This is just how he imagines he'll find curvature. Look.
Well, then what's the point of
8
having
inches curvature? That's what he's going to find. He's got a dark shark. I mean, you can do that. Completely.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
That has got to be the dumbest thing I've heard.
We're gonna sell millions.
Yeah.
You're gonna sell
Even
something.
a pocket. The
I
pocket
tell you what,
version, I want one of
we
those.
could even put that on the scope, couldn't we? I mean, how about that? So,
Oh, yeah.
like, wherever you look, you can always look and see an 8-inch.
There you go.
Yeah, just put 8 inches right on it.
Yeah,
just engrave it.
right on it on the scope.
Yep.
Yeah, on the line.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Choose your
Yeah. Pull it out. Yeah, there's 8 inches. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
I like the pocket version. You know, you could be driving down the road.
Yeah, I'll be doing that.
Driving down the road, pull it out.
Oh,
Yep,
no,
there
don't
is.
do it while you're
Down the
driving.
curb.
Don't.
You'd have to pull over.
Yeah, that'd be dangerous, that. You get police
pull
stopping
over.
you for doing that.
Please pull over to.
You
Do
remember
not
that
dark shark while driving.
You guys remember the kid's toy you put in front of your face and you press the button down and it moves the slide over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Can you do that so you can go 18 to 16 inches, 30
Yeah.
depending on how far you look. I'm going to look 10 miles.
You could just have a
There it is.
revolving thing for how far you want to see, how much curvature you want to see. And just turn it.
Yeah, just turn it.
Turn it. Turn it. Turn it. Spot on, I like that. I mean, that'll be, yeah. The adjustable curvature hunter. Called the turnip shark. The turn it.
I kind of like that. I'm going to find George's video. I'm going to go look.
Oh, yeah.
Brad, you got me interested in what I'm going to see when I buy my auto level over a mile distance. Am I going to see this ruler? Whatever that is.
The ruler won't come with it.
No, it won't. Let me see.
The ruler. I like it. It's moved from a measuring rod, and they're now just rulers. I mean, you can do surveying. If you're curvature surveying, you only need a ruler because you're only looking for 8 inches. Doesn't need to be that much longer, does it?
That's true. Just tape it on a pole.
A stick. You could have. We could do a whole series of them. We can have an angle on a stick and a ruler on a stick. It's genius. Gently, you should come in, man. It's much more fun in here than it is on the YouTube chat. Yeah, DP's been doing some good work on the Dark Shark range.
Oh yeah.
Can't remember where I put them all.
Larry, did you see Gently's question he has on chat?
Let me get a look. Does water seek a level, or does it conform to the force?
Forces. Force.
Use the
Well,
force, Larry.
Some would say hydrostatic equilibrium based on equal altitude of atmospheric pressure, but I'm not sure about atmospheric pressure exactly. So yeah, it is horizontal.
Yeah, provably. I was looking for me Dark Shark range. Oh, I don't know where they've gone. I'm going to have to sort that out.
Gently doesn't know your argument stance, I wonder? What the heck? Haven't we been saying that all along? Water is seeking its own level.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like, it's like the reset, like Phil Bell, or somebody. They'll come in and like, how do you believe, blah blah blah. For the last 7 months or 8 months, we've been saying it, but it's just like a little reset thing.
Yeah, they like
Do
to
you really
imagine that it's
believe?
their argument and that we're the odd ones out, and it's like, but that's what we have been saying.
Yeah, it's like a little attack they use. Like, do you really believe this? But we've been saying it the whole time.
Yeah, it's a
Like,
confusion thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's their little tactic before they go into another thing and another thing, just to try to like get you going. Well, they just try to get on your on your bad side, or just try to get
Push
you
your button.
triggered.
Yep.
Yeah, push your button.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like a little warm up before they go into like in the real stuff like they want to try to get you at.
As long as they get their super chats. Oh, we have another super chat. This one says, "Have you're a loser." Oh, ha ha ha.
Yeah.
That's my impression of Jose. What do we got another super chat?
From C4.
Again, it's just a show. It's a
Gently come in to chat.
Yeah, we got another $10 from C4 again.
You
I'm
can
on
get
it.
super chats enabled. Gently, you would give us a super chat, I think.
Why is gently saying that you agree with something you've not agreed to? I mean, that is like
trolling.
That's troll behaviour, gently. Like, surely you're better than that, gently. Don't lower yourself, gently.
It always goes back to the anvil. Does the anvil need any help to fall down? No. It's freaking heavy as hell. Like water is.
Yeah,
So,
there's no force. What force does it need to fall down? It is where it's at, and if it's not being supported, it's gonna go down. So you agree water is conforming to forces acting on it, and relative density is nonsense.
in their
That's
attempt to
kinda-
explain why they made up gravity, things just fall down.
Yeah.
No matter how they define it, it's still water finds its equilibrium. In reality, no matter what word they say.
When they say relative, right? Relative density, it's like, yeah, because it's relative to the density that it's next to. It's the same as pressure. Pressure's relative to the pressure it's next to. If there's no relative, there's no pressure change. There's no pressure. It's zero. And the density, again, if there's no difference, then there's no density change. There's no...
Yeah, on Earth. Right, Bev?
It's everything. It's just relative. Everything's relative.
Yeah, but only on Earth.
Only
everywhere.
where anyone has ever been.
Only where we live.
Or
Why is
non-Earth, or non-reality, then I haven't got a clue. Anything can happen, can't it?
Sure.
But I think that this relativity is what everything is everything's relative to something else, and it just depends on the two extremes and how you make something, you compare something to something else. Always, with everything.
Yeah, like if you look at a clock and travel away at the speed of light, time stands still.
Sure. On the ground or in a plane.
Yeah. They love that relative word, like the Einstein word, the relativity of things. That's how they explain their little 12 forces acting on, as we're going along in the space. Well, these vectors, it's all relative.
Don't forget about vacuum. They love their vacuums inside of a vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah. The relativity of everything is what drives
What about
it.
relativity in a vacuum?
Relative to what? It needs to be the vacuum's one of the ones that it's got to be relative to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the whole point of it.
You think the Earth's maybe in 66,000 hours? I think it was Rumpus who said relative to what?
Yeah. Well, that's right. It's a wizard word. It's a confusion word. Everything needs to be something that it needs to be relative to. Otherwise, there's no difference. And if there's no difference, then it's the same thing. It's just you're comparing it to something else. And it's the amount of extremes that they are different that makes it a different relativity. But like speed's relative to the ground, right? That isn't moving. But if you were walking on a roundabout that was also moving, then you would have a relative speed to the roundabout, and the roundabout would have a relative speed to the ground that isn't moving.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot like comparing. Just say the word comparing, maybe.
Yeah.
But you're already doing that. You're already comparing something, so why say it, Because you were using that.
Certainly.
As a question.
Certainly says, why isn't my water level? Because you got a damn airlock.
Yeah.
Someone broke their water level?
On purpose.
Oh boy.
And then videoed it.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. I don't know, and then made a video of it to say that he did it to prove or to show something. But I mean, all he ended up showing us was that he can break a water level.
Wow.
I really thought he was joking.
I know, me too.
I can't.
And to what end?
To show us that he proved gravity. I don't know. He thinks he proved gravity with it.
Yeah. He broke gravity.
I don't know. Did he break gravity? I don't know.
Yeah. Gravity is broken or something.
Oh.
Do that?
Yeah. It's got to be a joke.
Gotta be.
Well, that whole argument's a joke, so...
It is.
Yeah. It's based on illogical
equilibrium of forces. Well, if you think the water establishing an equilibrium establishes a forces, I mean the water establishes the equilibrium. So,
can you make a ball big enough that water will stick to it?
No, I don't.
I'll call it a mass. Can you make a mass big enough?
Yeah, look into debate discussion. I did.
Made one?
Yeah,
sure. So I think
fantastic picture that. I don't know if anybody else can see it, but I mean, if you can,
hey, show me that.
Just
show
keep
me that
quiet.
guy falling off the ball again.
Made that ball?
Yeah. That's the equilibrium of
Water
force.
sticking to a ball right there.
Guy falling off the ball.
No, besides the one in your mind, like, can you actually make a ball big enough?
Do you think
that you can?
Do you think that's the one he has in his mind?
Yeah, the one in your mind. I can do that too. I can.
Yeah.
Brad, didn't I show you that 1 year time lapse of that same photograph? Right?
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah.
Can you put something in your mind
nice.
and then turn it upside down.
Hey, show us a drawing that you did with the guy inside
Oh
of the
yeah,
ball.
yeah.
That's a good one.
That's one of my favorites.
And he's hanging onto the level or the stick.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it there.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
there it is.
my whole problem is differentiating between the planet that they say we live on, this ball, and a hill, a big curved hill.
It all boils down to gravity.
Yeah.
You have to understand gravity.
But why does the water not conform to the hill?
That exactly.
It conforms to the globe.
You know what gravity
Conforms
is?
to a
Why can't
horizontal.
you? That's supersizing it. Why can't you miniaturize it?
Well, the problem is, if you
love
miniaturize
gravity.
it, you have gravity pulling it
The gravity
harder than your miniature.
Now gravity's the
If you would
problem.
go,
Wait. Say that again.
say you did this on Earth, you created a small model and you put water on it. Gravity from the Earth would pull all that water off of it because it's a greater force.
Why? Wouldn't
To
it be
truly
like
test it, you'd have to. But to truly test that, you'd have to go out in space where there's zero gravity, and
Let's
then you
stay here.
could
I have kids.
you could.
Hey,
But on Earth, you could never do it because the gravity of the Earth would interfere with it. You know, it's all about gravity.
It's
Okay,
all
but
about it.
the water's
Yeah,
already.
your whole model falls apart without gravity.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's what holds everything together. It's the reason
That's
for
right.
most of it is gravity.
Right.
It's the reason why
is
horizontals bend, isn't it?
Yep. The
See,
horizon bends.
I can't get past this. The water's already sticking to the ball, right? If you build a big mound of dirt, really big, the state of Rhode Island big, and you poured water on it, shouldn't it just stick to that as well?
It does to an extent. They did a test. I can't think of the name of it. It was with a mountain. They put like a plumb bob on a mountain, and it didn't go vertically perfectly. It actually went a little bit towards the mountain because the mountain was pulling plumb bob over.
Fight the Flat Earth taught you that, right?
Yeah, yeah. He was talking about it. I forget the name of it, but it's been tested. You know, if you have a big enough mass, you can.
She's
you can tell that
alien
it's
in
attractive.
Scotland. Only Scottish
Yeah,
mountains.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You got it. Yeah.
So can you walk on the side of that mountain?
No, it's not that big of a force. It's just enough to make a
always
plumb bob
there,
move a
right?
little bit.
That's my question. If it's keeping us to the ground, why can't we walk on the side of mountains?
You know, Brad, when
Not
they
that big of a force.
You know, when they do that with the plumb bob, right? What does the plumb bob do?
Mm-hmm. It moves from the vertical over a little bit.
But so the plumb bob is the vertical, though, right? So what?
But it moves out of the vertical. It's
How
not
do they
truly
know
vertical.
that then? Well, what do they
Or-
use to establish the vertical to notice that the plumb bob diverts from the vertical? How?
That's a good question. I'm sure there's some way they can tell.
I bet
Maybe
it's like chicken.
Hey,
They probably use
maybe
chicken
they have a
bone.
water level. Nope, the water would be pulled also. Have to look into that. Shishalian experiment or something.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah, you could always see if you can reference your horizontal, if your horizontal's according to the perpendicular of the vertical, right? Has
I'll have
nobody
to look
ever
into that.
put that to you before, Brad? That how do you reference a vertical if your tool is the one that references the vertical and you say that that's moving? It sounds like an imaginary thing. You have to imagine it, right? somebody in Scotland said, hey,
Tomorrow.
we've done it, and somebody's gone, yeah, that'll do for us. Boom, I'll have that as a proof. Wait a minute, who said that? Fight the flat earth. Right? So he's the one to blame for you looking stupid at the minute. Yeah. Yeah,
It's all relative.
remember that. Say thanks.
I'm stupid to you because it's relative to you. To me, I'm going, yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
What, the vertical, and like you imagine that somebody can measure the deviance of a vertical.
I'll tell you what, tomorrow I'll look into this experiment and I'll see if I can find your answer.
Yep. That'd be great.
Brad, are you in the
I've
States?
never researched it. I've heard people. Yeah. Nebraska.
Where are you at? Oh,
Nebraska.
We lived in Nebraska, Lincoln.
Right in the center. Yeah, Lincoln. Close to Lincoln.
Yeah.
I was actually in Lincoln today.
Yeah, so you know about flat, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Man. The whole state is nothing but.
It's the same elevation. That's flat.
Sure.
But the elevation curves.
Ooh.
Level curves.
That's a wizard spell right there.
Yeah, that's. You don't believe that, do you?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
It's like sea level. Mean sea level is a curve.
Oh. Well, what's a curve then?
Only in your model.
Yeah, but what's a curve?
What's a curve?
Yeah, what's a curve in your model?
Anything that goes off a straight line would be considered a curve. It's not straight.
You do realise mean sea level is it's like a point where they watch the sea level go up and down, and they take an average on a pole, on a stick. Right, the midpoint is the mean sea level. It's like an average. Right, how do you imagine that is a curve?
Hey, yeah, Brad, I don't know if I asked you the other day or it was somebody else, but if you were to survey down a long road, straight road, a mile, and you measured an 8-inch drop, would you call that an elevation change, or would you call that earth curvature?
It depends. How are you measuring it?
With an auto level and a water level. Well, no, not with the water level. Yeah, with an auto level. You measure an 8-inch drop. What would you call that?
In one shot.
No.
Are you?
Use your auto level differential leveling technique. Foresight, backsight.
You mean the way a surveyor would use it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you measure an 8-inch drop from point A to the end, point B. Would you call that an elevation change, or would you call that earth curvature?
It could be an elevation change. It matters. Are you keeping that same horizontal the entire time, or are you just creating a level surface?
Yeah, I'd be creating a horizontal, and I'd be measuring a change. From
Level is horizontal.
That's what Bev says.
Oh, that's what it is.
We all say.
That's
Not
what
me.
everyone says, yeah.
So you
I
can't
was
tell me.
saying that.
You used to say that.
At
You
a
can't tell
point.
me either way. Can you
I guess
tell me?
I'd have to see how they're doing it.
Yeah,
you could say you went down a hill 8 inches, or you could say it was a drop from horizontal 8 inches. It depends upon how you measure it. If you have
same thing.
if you have a horizontal plane at the beginning and at the end it's 8 inches down,
It's not
that's
plane.
kind of hard to tell.
That's right.
It
So
could
that's
be
what
a
I'm,
hill.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you measure an 8-inch
That's why-
drop in reality, when you're a surveyor, that's an elevation change from your horizontal measuring, right? How would you
Yeah, it could be
how could you ever measure earth curvature?
and not.
Well, like Bev's test, you go by the water level.
Yeah, you could use a water level. Let's say that one end was 8 inches lower on the ground than the other end. What is that?
Then you could say there's a drop. It's not a hill.
So it's not an elevation change at that point. It becomes Earth curvature.
That would be the same. Yeah, it would be the same elevation.
So you got your auto level right there. That tells you it's an elevation, and your water level's right next to it, and then that tells you that it's Earth curvature.
Yeah, how does that make sense? Two different
Well,
things.
if the water levels are all the same around this curve,
That's level. Same elevation.
that's your level.
Yeah.
But your horizontal shot straight from the beginning, if it doesn't match up with them levels, that's Earth curve.
So
yeah, you need to.
Does that make sense?
So they match
You need to
up
think about
one
that.
way, but the other way it wouldn't be. That doesn't make much sense.
Here you go. I'll put a picture in debate discussion.
Yeah, we
Bev's
understand
test.
what you're
About
saying.
4 hours 20-ish, that Cleary, if you want to mark the time. I've marked it down
Oh
on
yeah,
the
you
board.
still going?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, you'll want to keep that bit, won't you?
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Riveting.
Isn't that just a hill?
No, because look at the water levels. The water levels are all the same. If it was a hill, the end one would be higher. Maybe the water would even spill out. But they're all the same because of gravity. Shot over, you'd see an 8-inch drop from there. The water levels tell you it's curve and not elevation change. If it was a hill, then your water levels wouldn't be equal.
Would the
See what I'm
water
saying?
be on an angle in the tube?
Nope. Because gravity pulls it towards the center of the earth. No matter where you put that
Confused.
water level would be straight.
So what's the difference between a hill and a curve of the earth?
Like I'm saying, the water level will show you the difference.
That'll show you a difference in elevation.
What if you had a hill that was really long and it just curved all the way over?
Sure. But put a water level on that and your water would just shoot out the end if it was just a hill. You ever put a water level on a hill?
Well, you pour water on a hill, it just runs down the hill.
True. But in this picture, the water levels are all equal. This is my hypothesis.
Is that why there's no water on the hill? It all ran
True,
down?
it's in the valley. Yeah? It's kind of like if you would hang a plumb bob at A, B, or C. You know, they'd all hang straight vertically. I have another picture. Let's see if I can find that one.
So where do you get your concept of the top one from then? And why is that the one that you draw first?
If the Earth was flat, that's what the results you would get.
Yeah, but how do you what do you understand by that? Like where do you get that concept from?
From you, I guess.
Would you not like? Because I'd say that is reality. I mean, I know that's just me, but that's perpendicular, as in what it says with the geometrical results, right?
Yeah. What you describe.
That is how surveyors would work with horizontals being parallel, as in the geometric proof that any line that's parallel any lines that are parallel to another line must be parallel to themselves, to each other.
True. Like if you look at that top one, all that you say, the horizontals and levels are all the same. Yeah, on that top one.
Horizontal and vertical are all perpendicular in that top model.
They'd all be
the
perpendicular.
water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, which it does.
Sure.
And all of the horizontals are parallel, which they are. Right? So that top one fits brilliantly. And I like the way that you drew that first.
Yeah. Everything you say fit that top model.
Okay.
Everything.
Right.
All your verticals are parallel. Horizontals are parallel. Levels horizontal. Everything you say, that's the top one. What I say is the bottom one. It's all different.
Right, go on then.
Verticals aren't horizontal.
Yeah,
horizontals
perpendicular
intersect.
isn't. Yeah. So
The thing is,
on
now
that bottom one, perpendicular, there's no such thing because perpendicular is a relationship between two straight lines. You've got one straight line and one curved line, haven't you?
Which one are you looking at?
Your one, the second one. Because you see, you've got right angles there at the bottom of that vertical on that level curved line.
Sure.
Right, well, that's not perpendicular. That's not a right angle.
It's to represent a right angle.
But it's not a right angle. That's what I'm saying. The top one, it is. And it's actually perpendicular. But the bottom one isn't.
Well,
so you've got like, the bottom one is full of fallacies. But the top one, you've just said, fits with everything that geometry says. So I'm saying,
sure.
Where do you get your concept of that top one from?
From you. Everything you say, that's the way it would happen.
But it's not just me that says it, right? Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? That's not just me that says that. You say it too, don't you?
The thing is, at a point.
What do you mean, at a point? Perpendicular means the relationship of two straight lines. Not a straight line and a point. Two straight lines, perpendicular.
But you know how we finalize this? You do your test. I'll try to do my test. Sly do his test. And we'll look at the result.
That doesn't really... Because you think perpendicular at a point. But there's no points involved. With perpendicular, it's two straight lines.
When I say level is horizontal, that's my claim.
I think you're breaking up there, or you were for me anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said what?
My claim is level is horizontal at a point.
Wait, well, horizontal is a straight line. So, what are you talking about?
On a curve, it's only one point.
Hey, real quick,
one
Brad.
place on that sphere, on the
So
surface. Yes.
Level is horizontal at a point, right?
Mm-hmm.
At every point, right?
Yeah, at every point.
But a straight line, a straight line is a straight line at a point. No.
But every point on the surface of a sphere has its own horizontal.
But
its
you need
changes.
2 points for a line. So how can you only have one? You don't even understand.
Point.
Yeah, you need 2 points for a line.
I understand it quite well. You have another point to make a line, but it's only at that one point that it's horizontal.
No, you don't understand, bro. So you can't have a line at a point. That doesn't make any sense.
It references that point.
No, it's narniation of words.
Yeah, what do you base that on, Brad?
Yeah, because water doesn't follow that. Water would roll off that point the first point you have, if it deviates from that, it would roll off.
That's why DP made this.
A point is that of
Right?
which has no parts. It's a
Only
nothing.
in your model, Brad.
In the model, I don't get it. Water tells you different.
That's why you use a water level to establish the horizontal.
My logo there, I call that horizontal at a point.
What if you had a floor that was horizontal, completely horizontal? The water would lie on that floor. But to you, none of those points or all of those points on that floor are different horizontals. Correct?
Well,
actually going down around an imaginary ball. So the water should not lay flat. It should roll off to the sides from the get-go.
Well, the floor is flat.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not talking about a flat floor. I'm talking about the surface of the earth that is curved.
Right.
Two
but you
different
have to
things.
start from somewhere. I mean, you start from the very point you're at. Water behaves a specific way. Unless it's contained, it finds its equilibrium along a path, whatever it's on, the uneven path. If the floor is not, or the ground is not completely horizontal, that level. This new level that I keep hearing about, I've never heard of until I came into this whole, debate. I worked in construction for 25 years, and I've never heard of this. It's just confusing to me.
Do you think
How do you level a circle?
Yeah.
Do you think level curves?
Absolutely not.
Hey, Brad, is that
Yeah, I
water
do.
right there on the salt flat? Would you say that's horizontal?
It probably curves if you were to measure it.
No, the water's not running anywhere. You see it in debate discussion?
Yes. Again, we just talked about the
But
behavior
still,
of water.
I bet if you went out there and measured it, that would drop. I bet it's curved.
You wouldn't have to measure it. Water does it all by itself.
No, you have to measure it. Otherwise, you would never be able to tell. By looking at it with your eye, you probably couldn't be able to tell. But you'd have to get measure tools and measure
What
it.
curve? I don't see it.
No curve.
Yeah. I'm not going by that picture.
Optics.
Lines.
You can't say gravity either. Why it curves.
That's why it curves. It's all gravity.
Oh,
Does gravity curve straight lines as well now then?
There you go. There's the curve.
I think it's great.
What curve? There's the curve.
Is that water vertical or horizontal?
Of course.
It's relative.
No. Horizontal means left to right evenly.
Let's throw that relativity thing there. It's relative. Where's up? Where's down?
Relative to what? Yeah. Relative to your mind, right? The position you put your brain in to view it.
Are you talking about a person standing on the surface of the earth? Or are you talking
No, I'm
about
just talking about you. Talking about you.
Yeah, you could see my photograph in reality. Yours, no.
Cartoon.
You would never see that. You would see mine.
Yeah, you could. Go up on the ISS. This is where it was taken.
You've been up on the ISS?
No, not personally. No.
Well then.
But if you want to take that picture, that's where you got to go.
The fantasy
Let's
land.
see, I got another one.
Yeah, you can't go there, Brad. Come on. You're in Nebraska.
I'd love to go there, but I'm too old.
Brad, just look outside your window. Nebraska is one of the flattest states in the United States, in the top 10.
It's the same elevation.
Well, or postulate.
Yeah, again, this
That
elevation.
doesn't mean it doesn't curve. That doesn't mean it doesn't curve. You can have curve and flat. Flat. They're the same elevation. That's what I'm calling
So
flat.
you think your swimming pool, when you fill it up with water, it's curved?
It actually is a little bit.
That's where you get your numbers
If you were to-
from, right, Brad?
Yeah.
Your swimmer?
Yeah.
What about those jet ski guys, the dudes that race those, bullets on the waves? They kind of just skim right over it. Do you think they think it's curved? Do you know what I'm talking
For
about?
a little jet. Yeah, for a little jet
Jet
ski,
boat.
I don't think it matters.
Not jet boats. They race.
But the curve's so gradual, it wouldn't affect them.
Yeah, again.
The Earth is so
8
big.
inches
You gotta
of water.
realize the scale.
Dude, they go like
it
100
is so
miles
massive.
an hour. Pretty fast. They cover a mile pretty quickly.
Yeah, it
You
wouldn't
think
matter.
that water at 8 inches, they hit that thing. Boom. There goes Tony.
But it really doesn't matter. It's such a gradual curve that, on a boat, even a plane, you really wouldn't notice the curve.
But it's measurable.
Sure.
Measurable? You can measure curve now. You just couldn't measure curve a minute ago. You told me it was elevation.
That's what Bev's test, or that will measure curve if you do it correctly.
If you do it correctly.
You can measure it.
Does that mean if we measure no curve, we haven't done it correctly?
Well, who was I talking to?
I think so.
Rumpus.
Rakia? I think Rakia. Rakia Live. He said he's been out doing these tests with a water level, and they're measuring no drop.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you know what I'm thinking? He's not doing it right.
Right.
I think you have to prove it to yourself, Brad.
Yeah.
He
I wanna
has
see how he does
a
it.
concrete laying firm, right? And when he says he measures it, he means like for work.
Mm-hmm.
And like when there's no drop, he's the one that has to pour the concrete to get it level. So when he says there's no drop, it's practically like sort of proven.
Yeah, but we're talking like drop. It's such a small drop. You'd have to pour a concrete a mile long to see any change, or half a mile.
Yeah,
what is he doing? Is he doing
like a canal, though?
driveway?
I mean, so a canal, you would do agree that a canal would be the best place you could possibly ever go to do this.
Oh,
yes,
true. Yeah.
Right. So
I wish I had a canal like you do in your backyard.
Okay, so let's just pick a start point on a canal, and then a mile away from that start point, the water drops 8 inches on your model from that horizontal, right?
Easy to test, right?
Brilliant. So we go 1 mile away, and let's suppose magically we measure 8 inches drop, and then let's go back again, because when you do surveying, you close your loop, you have to go back to your original position to check. Would we get 8 inches drop again?
I know where you're going with this, and it's not like a stair steps,
Is it
or your
not?
triangle. I've seen you draw a triangle before.
Okay.
It's not that way. It's like going over a hump and then just coming back over the
But
hump.
you did say it's a drop from horizontal. Like on the way back, is it also a drop from horizontal?
Let me hold
Where's
on
it
a
up?
second. I'll put a picture in there.
No, Brad, just answer the question, please. Is
This
it
is the way-
also a drop
it's
on
kinda
the
hard.
return
It's relative to your position.
from the horizontal?
Yeah. I just put a picture in debate discussion.
Yeah.
Right
That-
under the railroad tracks.
Yeah, that establishes a horizontal, right?
Okay. Now let's say you're on the left water level.
Yeah. This
right?
is you've got mixed up between the nutsack drop and the Bislin hump. Sorry,
It's all the same.
the Kozlowski nutsack drop and the Kozlowski Bislin hump. Sorry, I forgot all about him.
I don't want to get into that.
Probably because he's not been around for
I
a
don't want to
bit.
get into that. But remember, I've told you how many times hump and drop. It's all Earth curve. It's all the same. But anyhow, you were talking about the drop.
in your mind it is. Of course it is.
Yeah.
But go to the left-hand water level. You're there. Now walk to the right-hand one. Is that a
Uphill.
drop of 8 inches?
No, it's uphill.
Yeah, it looks like it's uphill. I don't know why the water's like that
Okay.
because it
Water
looks like the
would come
water
out.
should be
Now-
pissing out at the bottom bit. Surely.
Yeah. Now go back. Is that also a drop? That's what you're saying. You just go.
No, you could be
Back.
traveling. You would be traveling along a
There's no
horizontal.
triangle.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
In
reality,
reality,
you'd travel over that
Yeah.
on the
In-
surface of the sphere. You wouldn't walk on the cord. You'd walk on the surface. But that's the way you should draw it when you say it drops one way. Does it drop the other way? You should draw it like this.
Oh right.
There's
So
no stair
when
steps. There's no triangle.
okay, so when
It's
you're measuring,
just going back and
when you're measuring, you're going for your measurement of the big number, right? You're going for the big 8-inch drop from one end to the other. Where would you get that from? Like,
well,
can
this
you-
picture doesn't show it right.
well, draw your horizontal on there in relation to your water level, right? Because you need a relative horizontal to the tool, right, or to the water.
Mm-hmm.
Can you?
This is showing
You should really. Have
cord.
you got any pictures with the ones with a relative
Sure, I do. Yeah.
horizontal
Yeah.
relative
Let
to
me
the
pop
water
it up.
level? Sweet.
But I put this one up just to show the cord through here. And you always say, well, it drops one way. What happens when you go back? You know, but you kind of draw it weird. You draw like I've seen you draw the triangle like the.
No, you said there's a drop.
That triangle thing. It's
There's
like
a drop.
It's not. It's not like a stair steps.
It's a drop.
It's not. It's not
from
stair steps. It's not a
horizontal. A drop from horizontal, though. That's what we said.
Next time you
Jesse
explain that
Kozlowski,
to
do you want me to
somebody-
get you his clip where Jesse Kozlowski says it as well?
But does that make sense now? Next time you draw that, draw it like this and then explain it. It's like, it's not a stair step. It's not a triangle. It's just back and forth over a curve. Okay, you asked for a picture.
Oh, I don't know whether I've got that. It must be on a video. I don't think I've got it. We've got a monument to the curvature of the Earth, and bam!
I've got two.
There's the
Bam!
the radius.
There
of
it
the
is.
Earth. There's the radius of the Earth. He says.
Okay, you want a picture like this.
Go on.
You want the big 8-inch drop at the end, right?
Oh no, I want to see where your relative horizontal is, because
okay,
I don't understand how you think you can see a drop one way and a drop the other way, but both of them end up at the same end point while you're dropping. It's
There you go.
fantastic.
There's
It
a picture that shows it.
It sounds amazing.
Okay, you're at A, right?
Where? Has it come up? Or
Do you
have you put
see
it somewhere
my
else?
picture I just popped in there? Three
No.
different horizontals.
Where did you put it?
Debate discussion.
That's not loaded for me. Anyone else see it?
Oh, really? Did it freeze up? Do
The
you
water
see it?
level?
Did it go?
No,
Maybe I didn't. Oh, I'm
Chad.
sorry. I didn't hit.
There you go.
Oh, here it comes. Sorry, I didn't hit send. On my screen it showed up, but I didn't hit send. Okay, there you go.
Right, okay.
You're at A.
Yeah. See, you've done it again.
You have your.
You've got
You've
got
your
a horizontal
at
and
A.
a perpendicular. You've got two perpendiculars with a right angle on it at the top of them sticks.
Well,
And then you've gone and put right angles to a curve.
This is the globe.
That's obviously
line,
not Euclidean
so,
geometry, is it? How can you have
No,
one
it's
where
not your-
it's two straight lines and then one a straight
It's
line
not
to
your-
a curve?
It's not your flat model. Remember the flat model on
Yeah,
the
but
top?
it's
This isn't.
not
This is the
right
globe.
angles. Dude.
Not
It's the
reality.
globe model.
It's not.
It would be.
It's not, because they're not right angles. They're not equal.
Be right angles.
No, they're
That's
not.
how gravity works.
You can't have equal right angles with an angle to a curve line.
But you can.
You can't.
You can though.
No, you can't.
This is
A
this is the way it works
perpendicular
on
is the
globe.
relationship of two straight lines.
But look at this picture now and describe what you were saying. You're at A. You have a
I
horizontal
would
at A.
say you're
You walk-
deluded. You've put
you
right
walk to C.
angles, and I can't get past that. Right, I can't let you have
Try to-
that because
try to
it's
get
an
past-
obvious falsehood.
This is the way
It's
it works.
no, it's an
in reality.
impossible thing within geometry. You shouldn't mark right angles to a
See,
curve.
No.
Because
You're
one of
thinking-
the axioms of geometry is that all right angles are equal. Well, you've got right angles there that obviously aren't, because one's at the bottom of a curve and one's at the top of a curve. One of the angles is bigger than the other one.
That's the way you get it. If you go out and measure it,
No, you can't
you
even
get angles
have.
that are bigger.
You can't even have an angle
Yeah.
to a curve.
Have you heard of surveyors do this all the time and they get angles bigger? It's called spherical excess.
You get angles bigger than what?
Yeah. Bigger than I think it's 180.
Which curve area?
Where? Which angles on that thing are you talking about? Because I'm talking about you've got an angle of a straight line to a curved line, and you are imagining that's a perpendicular, making four
I guess it would
right
be-
angles, but it's not. They're not four right angles.
But they are.
In reality, they are, because they are
In
two
in
straight
reality, yeah.
lines.
There you go.
In reality, you're just imagining one of those lines to be curved.
But this is the way it is in reality.
It's not.
So in your
It might
demonstration
be
of when
in
you
your
walk,
imagination, you've drawn right angle
see,
marks.
you can't even go there with me, can you?
No, because
You
it's
know,
a
when
falsehood.
No, it's not. This is the way it
It's-
is in reality.
No,
It is.
no, you
Sure.
cannot have a straight line with a straight line perpendicular, and then draw a straight line to a curved line, and also call that perpendicular. It's mad.
That's where we
You
disagree.
should keep it in your head.
know.
It's an obvious falsehood.
It's not though. There's measurements after measurement after
It's not
measurement.
measurements. You
that
can't have
it
an
looks the
angle
way that I
to a
say.
curve. It's
And
impossible.
I'm not saying you do.
You're drawing it there.
No, I don't have an angle to a curve.
You have right in the middle of that picture, right in the very middle. B. See where you've got that line that says horizontal at the top, and then you've got that right angles to a line which are, let's say it's vertical. because it's at right angles to a horizontal. And then you've got it coming down, and then at the bottom of that you've got two right angles. Now that line that you're supposing is perpendicular, right, is a curved line, isn't it? And yet you've marked those little bits with right angles. That's what they are, right? That little
we
square
need to do
bit.
our tests, and then we'll see.
Like,
Brad.
our test won't help you with your understanding
Here you
of
go.
geometry.
I just put another picture in. This was done by Larry Scott and Jerry Kozlowski.
Jerry?
Showing the exact same. Did I say Jerry?
Yeah, I think so.
Jesse. I call him Jerry too.
Oh, is that his real name? Jesse?
Lewis.
Jesse Kozlowski.
Jesse, yeah.
Sorry, not Jerry. But anyhow, this kind of shows what my model was showing. They did two observations. The verticals aren't parallel.
Verticals aren't
Two
parallel to
professional
what?
surveyors to each other.
Okay. What's that line in between them?
Just like in my model.
What's that line in between them?
That would be their sight line.
Okay.
The straight line.
So where's the
I
horizontal?
think that curved line.
Where's the horizontal?
The curved line, I think, is the topography of the Earth.
Where's the horizontal?
He was up like on a hill. It doesn't show the horizontal on this. I don't think they were just measuring vertical angles.
The vertical angles to what?
The vertical angle to the other one. See what they did? The guy on the left, he sighted to the guy on the right.
Okay, and
he had
what is that? Is that how far? How far's that?
Oh, is it like 11 miles?
Sighted.
Let's see, 5,000. Is that 58,000? 10 miles?
Okay.
58,492 feet. There's about 5,000 and something in a mile. Maybe about 10 miles, huh? 10, 11 miles.
Okay, so one of them was
what they did,
one of them was uphill, right?
Yeah, he was up like on the side of a hill, it looks like.
Yeah.
Well, what they said, it doesn't matter if you're up on a hill, if it's flat land, this will all work the same. Because all you're doing is you're measuring your vertical angle.
Right.
But this kind of shows what my model was showing. You said that they can't be possible. They measured it right here. Verticals aren't parallel.
So who was this then that did this?
Larry Scott.
Yeah.
It was Larry Scott, and I think he was working with Jesse.
Okay, and they were 11 miles apart.
Yeah.
What do you call that technique? That's well extended to the reciprocal level.
Let's see, reciprocal vertical.
No.
Reciprocal vertical angles.
It's too far.
Way too far. I told you my auto level goes 400 feet.
Yeah, you said 11 miles.
There's a problem there.
But they're just looking at their vertical angle. They're not trying to mark on a
surveying
pole or anything.
I would say
they're measuring their.
I would say they're abusing the surveying tools.
Yeah. What was it that they were
But
doing?
it's a way. Just testing if the vertical angles
tricking you
were parallel.
Oh, they were surveyors, and they were making sure that verticals were parallel.
Testing it.
Oh.
And what they found?
Yeah.
What they found, they're not.
Oh.
They have excess.
They have excess when they use their tools for measuring a vertical angle over 11 miles. They find what was their conclusion?
That they have spherical excess. That they
really shouldn't be misusing the tools like that.
Verticals aren't parallel.
Oh.
That's sad.
If everything was flat, you should get.
So as
90 degrees, right?
at a consequence of that, then you would say that horizontals, because somebody on YouTube, this was on Jose's, is it Jose JG? He says he doesn't deal in real life, right?
Who's that?
Jose. Yeah, he doesn't deal in real life. He's just entertainment and stuff. That's all he ever deals in. But anyway, because of something that you've seen on his show where somebody has done this, what you say, they've said that verticals aren't parallel, which means that the perpendiculars, the horizontals, must intersect, right? Like horizontals cannot be parallel because of this. That you've seen
just like
on a YouTube,
just like my drawing,
channel.
Like the way I drew it out.
Yeah,
with the horizontals intersecting.
Yeah,
it kind of shows that measurable.
Okay. Do you learn this sort of stuff?
Anyhow,
usually from Jose's.
What's that?
Do you learn this sort of stuff from Jose's about surveying?
I learn a little bit from everybody. That's my goal in life, to learn every day.
Okay. How many other surveyors do you reckon have checked this?
I'd like to know.
I would too.
I'm not sure.
It sounds great. Do you reckon?
Like Larry Scott.
Do you reckon there's a normal use for a surveyor to check that? I don't know. Are they checking that verticals aren't parallel, or are they checking that horizontals intersect?
I doubt they check that. They could if they wanted to, but in day-to-day surveying, I don't think they're checking that.
They're not checking that the horizontals are intersecting. Because I reckon in normal day-to-day surveying, they will assume that all horizontals are parallel, wouldn't they?
I wouldn't think so.
You wouldn't think so?
What was the question?
I said, in normal day-to-day surveying, surveyors would assume that the horizontals are parallel, wouldn't they?
No, I don't think so.
Is that because you've watched a YouTube channel and these guys have told you that verticals aren't parallel?
I guess I can't speak for other surveyors.
No. But
I'm guessing what they would think.
Can you speak for the surveyors that you've watched, or the ones that you assume are surveyors that you've watched on the YouTube channel?
I'm talking for Larry Scott right now. He presented this to Jose, so I'm just kind of saying what he presented. So I'm kind of talking for him.
Yeah, and he's a professional surveyor, is he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never talked to him.
Jesse Kozlowski, he said that Larry Scott was his mentor and that he learned a lot from Larry Scott.
Right.
I don't think Larry puts many videos out like on YouTube, or he doesn't have a channel where he puts his data. I wish he did. I wish he shared.
I wish he'd come and have a chat.
Larry Scott. Yeah, I talked to
him.
Oh,
yeah, he did? Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he didn't know anything.
I wish he would share more.
Yeah, but he was totally clueless when I talked to him.
Sure. Was that relative?
It was, it was a few months back. Probably 6 months ago. Totally clueless. It was hilarious.
Yeah. See, I think that's relative to what you think.
No.
When I hear him speak, he knows what he's doing. I wouldn't call him clueless at all. He's well educated. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But just because he doesn't say what you want him to say doesn't mean he's clueless. He just has a different opinion than you.
He was talking about looking.
Can you say that?
He was saying he looked like 6 miles at a mountain. He said it dropped because the Earth curved. I was like, You're crazy. You don't understand angular size reduction? My God. He said, well, about this used theodolite, I just figured I'd go out and play around with it. Not a professional surveyor at all.
Is that the same guy that said there's a turbulent layer of air close to the surface that distorts the light and causes objects to disappear bottom up? Is that guy?
I don't know.
Like that.
I've never
Is
heard
that
Larry
SE?
talk.
No, it's
yeah, it's SE.
Oh, Rakia.
Oh, and let me
Sounded
clear
like
something up. That guy misrepresented me earlier. I've never used a long distance water level. You might have heard it wrong.
Yeah.
I just wanted to set the record straight. I did a back to front test with lasers and theodolite, setting up benchmark 1.5 feet above the water for 2.7 miles. We got about 3/4 deviation, which we equated to either equipment error or human error, probably human error, because there was some drinking involved.
Yeah, you can get a lot of nice measurements off of like couple mile measurements of like refraction. You can totally see how it's just all distorted over a mile too. When you get onto like maybe like a pond or something, little still body water, you could totally see a lot of stuff, cool stuff. Laser tests, all that stuff.
Yeah, have you decided how you're going to set your horizontal yet, Brad?
Kind of. Yeah. I want to go out and test it to see if I can do it.
How do you imagine Rumpus is going to do it? Did you hear how he's going to set his horizontal?
No, I haven't seen his demonstration yet. How are you going to set yours?
How am I going to set my horizontal?
Yeah.
Yeah, the water
Say
level
it pull
already.
A.
The water level already sets it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, of course it
No,
does.
it doesn't. That doesn't set your horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, it's provable, right?
No, it doesn't. No.
No, it doesn't. No.
Yeah, of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
It's provable.
No, it doesn't.
No.
It's provable
It doesn't,
through
no.
geometry, dude.
That's not how you do it. If you just use your water level, all you're doing is creating a level line. That's not your horizontal plane.
You use proofs within Euclidean geometry.
You don't use proofs. No.
Yeah, you don't use proofs to prove things. Wow.
No, you use imagination to prove things.
Imaginometry.
You're just going off the definition of a water level.
No,
that
no.
it's horizontal.
No.
Saying,
No, listen.
My line is horizontal.
What I say is a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal. That's make the definition. And then I say, this is how I prove it. And then I give you a proof. See, that's the next step that you're missing. It's not just the definition. You define, then you prove. You can't prove something that you haven't defined what you're going to prove. So then once you go through and you prove it within the geometry and the geometric proof behind it, then that is your proof that it is true.
So you're going off definitions and proof, but you're flawed right off the get-go. You started to explain it to me, and I can tell you 15 seconds in, it's like, no, you're wrong. You're starting wrong. Just because you're going off a definition of a proof and your idea of a proof, you're wrong. The water level doesn't mark out your horizontal plane. It marks out a level line.
Can you prove that?
Can I prove that?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's probably some way. Do the test right.
How?
What would you use as a proof for what you say? other than you just saying it and imagining it and imagining other people
the problem
imagining it also.
The problem is your test you're starting off and you're not doing a horizontal line. So your test is flawed. Your test is flawed.
We're establishing 2 points, right? Through Euclidean geometry principles of establishing 2 points and having a straight line.
Your 2 points you're going to mark out, the 2 points you're going to mark out are level points.
Yep.
That's not your horizontal plane.
Yeah, but you check the center, don't you? You check the center, right?
Yeah, it's flawed.
No, it's not flawed. It's It's brilliant.
Do you know how I would
genius.
do it? No, it's not brilliant. It's not brilliant at all.
I will explain it soon.
No, it's flawed. It's flawed, babe.
No, nobody's been able to deny it or disprove it. So
what
even
you're doing, you're not creating a horizontal
Chunky
line.
earlier on said that.
Is this why you would never tell me how you're going to create your horizontal?
Who could?
I've asked you and asked you and asked you, and it's like you would never tell me. Now I know why. It's because it's not right.
What's not right?
The way you say you create a horizontal line, but it's not. A level line is not a horizontal line.
Prove it's a straight line. Yeah? It's not that hard, right? You see, you're getting hung up with horizontal and vertical and blah, all of these different words, right? All you've got to prove is level a straight line or is it a curved line? It's pretty simple. Now,
and if you did your test right,
Brad, do you think you can
waiting.
tell the difference between a straight line or a curved line?
Sure.
Do you think you could prove it? The difference between a straight line and a curved line?
Probably, yeah.
Would you use
some
Euclidean
people's
geometry
idea
for
of
your
proof is different?
Yeah. Well, I use the true term of proof as in Euclidean geometry. What would you use for
I'd
proof?
use mathematics.
Yeah, geometry.
Mathematics.
Yeah, geometry.
Mathematics.
Yeah, geometry.
Mathematics.
Go on then.
Yeah, mathematics.
Go on then. What's your mathematical proof?
I'd measure it, and if it's all in a straight line, it'd be straight. If it deviates from a straight line,
you'll calculate it. You'll calculate it. It's different. You're not measuring it. You're calculating things, and that's how the surveyors do it. They're only calculating things after they establish a horizontal.
Yeah, I missed the math there. I heard measurement, not math.
Yeah, that seems like a distance measurement, which would be a geometric.
I think you need to ask around to other surveyors and say, how would you establish a horizontal plane?
When you say other surveyors, who do you mean?
Anybody.
Well, are you assuming that I haven't, or we haven't?
Are
you assuming?
Not, because you're not.
Are you assuming that
right.
we don't know anything about what we're talking about, and we've not actually done any of that?
Kind of, because you just told me you could lay down a water level, and that gives you your horizontal. That's not right.
Is it not?
So I'm not sure.
Okay,
who you've been talking.
Can you tell us if it's not horizontal? What is it?
Level.
A water level is different than an auto level because
an auto level shoots out a horizontal line, right? Straight. A water level would curve away. It's two different things. A water level, it moves the same vertical, a level line, the same elevation. the same elevation. Does that make sense?
No, because everyone knows that a vertical change from the horizontal is how surveyors measure an elevation change.
From a horizontal, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you just
Using
said
like an
that
auto
the
level.
water level drops away from that horizontal, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a change in
So by
elevation then, wouldn't it? A measurable change in elevation, right?
The elevation would be the same at the water level. Same.
Yes.
So that's the same as the horizontal then. We're agreed.
No, it would
Level
drop
is
away.
horizontal.
We got it.
It would drop
All right.
away. No, it's two different things.
No, because they
Can I
calculate.
tell you how I would mark out? Can I tell you how I would mark out my horizontal plane?
Well, you've just explained to us.
You tell me if I'm. No, I'm not going to use a water level. You want me to tell you how I would do it? I haven't done it yet, but how I think it could be done.
You're breaking up, but you go on. You should go over. You should really go over to Ranties, Brandy's, Brandon's, Brandy's,
Brandon's.
Yeah, because that's what they're after doing. They're all after trying to do exactly what you're after now, right? So you could go over and give them this.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go on.
Don't say "try thinking" sent you.
Okay.
Because they banned
What I would
banned
do-
all name usage of that. Okay, go for it.
Start at let's say pole A,
Well,
and
what are you
using an
looking
auto
at?
level. Using an auto level, create a horizontal line, and go out to 100 meters. How far can you? No, not 100, maybe 50 meters. Mark on a pole. That would be your horizontal line. Then add another pole, another 50 meters out, and make a line even with A and B. Then go to C and shoot back and see if everything's in line. If it is, add another pole. Then you'd have to go back to, now I'm getting confused, A to B, shoot down C and D, and make another mark. So all the marks are in a straight line. That's how I would create a horizontal plane.
Right. Okay.
You'd have to do it in step.
And what would the water
shoot
do
both
then?
ways.
Yeah, you
Keep
always,
it.
yeah, you always do.
I'm not
Backsight
sure.
and backsight
I'm
and
not sure.
foresight, we call it.
What I want to do now is just create a horizontal line. I'm not worried about the water levels yet. It's just, how can I create this horizontal line? I can't just put a water level down and go, okay, oh, there's my horizontal line. It's like, no, that's not the way it works. All that is a level line. So
Have you asked her? Have you asked any surveyors?
I called up one, and I asked him if he could create a horizontal plane over a mile, and he thought I was nuts.
Oh,
I
right.
explained it to him what I wanted done, and he said it could. He didn't tell me how he would do it.
Well,
but I did call up a surveyor and ask him.
Try next time, right?
He was really
ask him which would be the best way of establishing a horizontal. Either would it be an auto level, a theodolite, or a water level? Which would be the best? Just ask him that.
I didn't want to take up too much of his time, but he couldn't understand. Do I want a level line, an elevation line? And I kept telling him, no, I want a horizontal plane, and he just wasn't getting it.
Yeah, well, that's what I say.
But I need to talk
next
to
time, ask
some
them.
other.
Yeah, just phone a surveyor up and say, listen, mate, I'm after making a horizontal line over a mile. Which would be best? A water level, an auto level, or a theodolite, or GPS?
maybe you should ask around and say, okay, this is what I'm doing. I'm just putting out a water level. That's my horizontal. And see what they say. Because I think it's flawed. I think it's from the get-go. It's like, no. So what I'm going to do
I know you do.
is optically make a straight line for a mile. One straight line. Perfectly straight.
Yeah. Well, like I say,
and horizontal at the beginning.
I've got Euclidean proof backing the fact that water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
You can't just go off the definition of a tool and prove. Now, whenever I use this tool, this is the way it's going to work.
You can't just go off the definition of a tool and
because
a geometric proof.
What happens in the beginning? What happens if the beginning, okay, what I'm saying is flawed? The thing I do is going to be flawed because I started with the wrong premise. The water level does establish a horizontal plane, but you're not using it in the correct way.
Not using a water level in a correct way.
You know what I say? A water level, it makes two things. It makes a horizontal plane of reference, and it. You can't just go, okay, my level line's the horizontal line.
Bad there, Brad.
No.
Really bad. Just when you're saying all of that really stupid stuff as well.
It's not stupid. A water level does two things. It creates a level line and it establishes a horizontal plane.
And you think they're different?
Yes.
How can it do two different things?
Let me, I have another picture. See, a water level creates a horizontal plane at the midpoint. I'll put it.
Crazy. That midpoint, you realise.
1 point.
Yeah, it's still parallel with the horizontal. So effectively, the two ends are still horizontal when you say that. You just imagine it being a curve, right? Again, it's all imagined. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay, there it is. On a curve, if we're on a curve, not saying we are, the water level would create a horizontal plane established at the midpoint. Does that make sense?
Well, can you see what... Like, you're just raising another point up there, imaginary, and making it perpendicular to the same line that establishes the other one. So if that point and that line is horizontal, then so is the line across the water levels.
Yeah, that's a chord.
But it's horizontal, thus establishing that all horizontals are parallel.
But that's how a water level creates a horizontal plane at the midpoint.
Well,
which would be really hard to set up.
Every point, it's just you've just shown us the whole line is horizontal. Right, every point along that line will be perpendicular, i.e. vertical reference to the horizontal. They are perpendicular.
I know, but look at every point on the surface of the circle. It's different to that horizontal.
The circle is irrelevant to those straight lines that you've drawn there, dude.
That's the surface of the Earth.
Just drawn a circle.
It's to represent the surface of the Earth.
It's just an imaginary circle.
Yeah, if I hold up a ruler, the ruler theoretically is not going to be bending. It's going to be straight. So so it's not, the Earth curvature is not going to affect the ruler when I hold it up in my hand, or when somebody holds up a level in their hand.
So theoretically, that's what you're saying. Over a long this mileage, or however long that is, it's gonna somehow curve. Just because it's going across this sort of solid ground, or on your ball, or a straight, yeah, whatever it is you live on.
But lay that straight edge on a sphere, let's say a ball. It only touches one spot. It doesn't touch every spot on the surface of the ball. One spot. That's kind of what I'm saying.
But that's the water level, right? Or do you imagine that the water level curves?
Yeah, it's the water level curves. Yeah, that's my claim.
How?
And it does. It's measurable.
But an auto level is a horizontal.
Yes.
Okay.
The good thing about an auto level is it's straight. It won't curve. That straight line that it produces won't curve, no matter what surface you're on. You could be on the side of a mountain. It could be.
Do you
that
imagine
level line? That straight line is going to be straight, no matter what.
Do you imagine that they made an auto level to replace a water level?
I could see that.
Do you not think they'd have made it the same?
I doubt it.
Or if it was meant to replace something?
Well, you think way back when they were just had a water level. How big of projects were they doing?
I would.
Yeah.
What do you imagine that when they built the pyramids?
Maybe the pyramids they might have used like a trenches or a water level or something like that. But how big is the pyramid? Did they have to take Earth curve into account? I doubt it.
Have you ever heard of a Qanat?
Even if it does,
Qanat.
Even if it does curve
There's no
a little
U
bit,
in them.
each of them blocks they would make up for the curvature. It wouldn't matter. You know what I'm? But that's what I'm saying. Long ago, they were building smaller stuff where the curvature of the Earth wouldn't matter.
Oh.
It's not. It's different than the tools we have today.
Oh, so
where we can shoot out
the more you
miles.
Yeah. So the longer it is, depending on how far how far you go from one point to the other, it is all about the curvature. So you're not going to see it if it's just really small. That makes sense. Yeah. Not.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, no.
It really wouldn't matter.
Let's imagine.
What did we say the other night? In a quarter mile, what is it? A half inch. It's not much.
Okay, let's imagine, right, we've got water and there's no elevation change, right, over a mile. Well, let's move it down 1 inch at one end of that mile. What would happen to the water?
It would run out.
Right, by 1 inch. So would you say that 1 inch elevation change over a mile would affect the water? The whole of the water within that mile?
Yeah, definitely would all run out. If it was an inch lower.
Right. So let's say the trough over a mile is an inch deep. And we sort of we move one end of it, just remove it. How much water would pour out of it?
I'm not really sure. I can't picture what you're saying.
It's just an inch trough. It's just an inch deep over a mile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then
we cut the one end off.
Yeah. what happens to the water, innit?
And make a hole in it, maybe.
Yeah, whatever.
I would think it would probably all drain out.
Right. Even though you imagine it's going over a 2-inch hump in the middle.
That's the thing. It would curve.
The water would flow over the curve.
It wouldn't flow over the curve. A constant elevation, it wouldn't flow at all.
But you imagine it
curves. Sure.
Yeah.
Even though it's a constant elevation, it's still curving. And it wouldn't flow out because gravity is equal.
Okay, so your imagined baseline is an auto curve.
I don't know what an auto curve is.
It's just like a curve. Like when I say I imagine that the water level at 0 elevation change, and if I dropped it an inch, it would all disappear out of that 1 inch, then that's because it's on a horizontal, right? Whereas when I use the Euclidean principles of how that works to prove it's a straight line, one straight line, you imagine that's a curve. So when I give you the Euclidean principles that are involved in showing and proving that that is a straight line, you will think it's a curve. And I find that fascinating.
I don't just use you. I'm not bound to just Euclid.
Oh, you're not? What do you use then?
Everything.
Everything. Like
all
what?
Math, all geometry.
All math and all geometry.
Everything, anything possible. I'm not stuck on just Euclid said this. I have to stick to what he said. That's it. That's the way it is. We're going to stop. There's many people that came after him.
Yeah. We've got some really recent stuff. Do you think you'll be using any Imaginometry?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
You're a good minute.
Not
so
surprised.
That's one step.
I'm gonna have to head out. Tomorrow, my homework, I'm gonna look up the Schehallien experiment, the one with the mountain. Remember that one?
Have fun, yeah. That sounds great.
I'm gonna look up that.
Have a look at how they measured the deviance of vertical and what they measured the deviance from.
Maybe you should ask a couple people how can I create a horizontal line over a mile, and see what you come up with.
How long's your water level that you said you bought?
10 feet.
Would you do something simple? Try
Sure.
it. Okay, take if you get your 10-foot water level and you have some sticks, or even if you got a fence line or something, take it.
It's cold outside. How about inside? What can I do inside?
Yeah, I mean, you could try this. Just kind of see what you think about it.
It's really cold outside.
Okay, well, that's fine. Just try this on a short, just down your hallway.
Sure.
Take your water level, put some water in it, hold it up on the wall. Say the first place your first end of your tube is at A, your second end's at B, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you make you a little mark. Maybe you don't want to mark your walls up. I don't know. Hang some paper out.
The wife might yell at me.
Well, whatever. I mean, just now make your marks. Now you're going to take A and move it. We'll call it C. Now you reckon you got to move that? You got to move that new point at C. You got to move it up and down to match up, right? With the mark you made at B. Right? You following me?
Hmm. Yeah, I'm with you.
All right. So you're moving C. You're moving that tube up and down, and you're going to match it up with the mark you just made at B. Now you're going to move B. We're going to leapfrog it. And we're going to call the new one D. You got to move D up and down to match it up to C, right?
Sure. Just kind of stepping down. going down.
What do you think that's doing?
That's moving a level line.
Hmm.
I thought about that if I did that over a mile, just kept moving that level line. If I could use that instead of a mile long hose, that would cut down on my cost and problems.
Well, if you're matching up each time you move it, if you're matching it up, what do you think you're doing?
You're creating a level line, but in
No,
my
you're-
model, that would curve. If you kept doing
How?
that,
If you're
you
physically
would follow
moving, if you're physically moving that tube to match the last mark you made, making a new one, moving it over to the next spot, leapfrogging it, and you've got to move that. You got to adjust the one up and down to match up to the mark you just made. I'm not understanding how that would ever curve.
it would follow the curve of the Earth. If you kept going and going and going, you'd follow right around the curve of the Earth.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just something you should try sometime. Just hands
The
on.
elevation changes of the Earth, or the curvature.
It would create a constant elevation, which is a curve.
Oh man, you didn't tell me that earlier. You said you couldn't measure curvature.
Oh, you can measure it.
Nah, it'd be an elevation.
Yeah, constant elevation would be like a
Constant
horizontal,
elevation.
right? How do you measure a vertical change?
A constant elevation curves.
But
it's like sea level. Sea level is a constant elevation, but it curves. It's not horizontal. It curves around the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, because it's straight and horizontal.
It's the same elevation.
But it's
not,
because of gravity.
It's not flat. Yeah, gravity makes it conform to the surface of a ball.
Yep.
What we have to do is go do our tests, and we'll figure out which one's right. But you got to do your test right. The way you're marking your horizontal line, I think it's flawed. I don't think it's right.
Okay, well,
just by going. Well, the definition says this level is
I will
horizontal
have
because
to.
this is what the
I
tool
will
does.
obviously have to explain to you the Euclidean geometry principles behind.
And I'm not.
I don't know. I don't think you do.
Your definition.
No, I don't think you do.
And I'm not gonna. You should ask around other people.
You're not going to accept the Euclidean geometry, or you don't know about the Euclidean.
I'm not going to get
geometry.
keyholed into that and stuck, so I can't do anything but listen to that definition. So this is the only definition I have to listen to. No, I'm not going to do that. I keep an open mind, and I do my test. And in the end, what do I get?
Is there
I'm
anything
not going to
Larry
go.
or,
Euclid said this.
Hey, is there anything Larry or Jesse told you that you don't believe?
I really never have talked to them. But
anything you've heard them say that you don't believe?
Yeah. On Jose's.
Yeah.
Is there anything they've ever said that you don't believe?
Yeah. Because I follow Jesse on Twitter, and he posts a lot of stuff about the vaccinations, and he does a lot of stuff about
on topic though. Is there
the
anything
government
on this
and politics.
Anything on this topic that they've ever said that you don't believe?
If he would tell me the way he does his surveying, I would believe him.
So you believe anything he says, then you believe absolutely nothing we say.
I wouldn't say everything.
Is there anything?
I'm still a skeptic.
Anything that we say?
I like
to
test. Yeah, we believe in a lot of the same stuff.
Like name one thing.
We do. The way straight lines work, the way horizontal planes work, the way circles and triangles work, and squares and angles and all that Euclid stuff. I agree with that.
So you agree?
Where we don't agree is that,
but not the proofs within it. What are you talking about?
But where we differ is that verticals are parallel, horizontals don't intersect.
Dude,
That's
that
where we kind of
is
get off.
Euclidean principles.
But all the other stuff, I agree with 99% of the stuff you say.
Just not the stuff that goes against your
It's
model.
just
Even Chunky Brad Boy
Yeah.
said level is horizontal.
at a point.
No, he just said level is horizontal.
That's what I say.
Ruhif says level is horizontal. We've got Jesse Kozlowski saying that he
Yeah.
never said level isn't
And
horizontal.
I say,
which is
I
a
say
sort of
level is
roundabout way
horizontal.
that Jesse Kozlowski tends to say things.
I say level is horizontal. Where your feet are standing, level is horizontal. So I say it at a point. If you want to get really precise, it's only a point. But at your local position where your feet are, level's horizontal.
At every single
the margin
point.
of error is so small. The margin of error is the difference. I say it's at one point. There. You go to a different point, you have a new vertical, a new horizontal.
At each and every single point.
Keep going.
It's horizontal.
Let me ask you something about your 10-foot water level. Let's say you're holding it in the same spot.
Sure.
You make 2 marks where you're holding it. Now let's say you move both ends up 2 inches and you make the same mark. Are those parallel?
Yeah.
Well, on either of those lines, can't you keep transferring it with that same water level?
It would still curve. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
What you have to do is do it optically. How can you transfer that line optically without the water? Keep that line straight. The problem is water will curve. How do you keep that line exactly straight? My answer is optically. Shoot a straight line with your eye.
The dark shark.
The dark shark. The dark shark's not good enough because you have to create your first mark, it has to be perfectly level. So you need like an auto level would be the perfect tool.
That's a water level.
Or a water level. But the water level couldn't be very far away.
So
You need the dark
basically-
shark.
Yeah, dark shark with an auto level combo, right? That's your preferred choice.
A dark shark pretty much is an auto level. Right.
What? No, it's a water level sighting equipment. The dark shark.
Mm-hmm. But in the end, it would give you the same line as an auto level.
Yeah, horizontal.
But anyhow, I gotta step out. I'm gonna look up that mountain Schehalian experiment. Bev, are you gonna ask around? How can I create a horizontal line for a mile? Don't get stuck into your definitions that okay, my water level does it by itself. Actually, ask some people and say,
Dude, I've already
I wanna do
proved
that.
it. There's a proof out there.
No, you didn't. No, it's not. It's not how you prove stuff.
It's my proof.
Yeah. Well, you have a different definition of proof.
You show us your proof, then, and then we'll compare the two, right?
But I hate to have you do your test and spot in the air. You didn't get the result that you did.
My proof's already been done, mate.
Anywho, I gotta go, man.
All right. Catch you soon. We'll see how much help we can get you for establishing your horizontals. Get your test done.
Yeah, I'm miserable.
Yeah, you're right about pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, that. Yeah.
Shite Mike fight.
My internet is trash.
Yes.
So I said I'm going to continue working and okay.
All right. Catch you later.
Be good, man.
See you, man.
Bye.
Yeah, that was great.
That
A
was
lot of fun,
exhausting.
man.
How
Was
was
it
that?
3 hours of gravity is
not fun.
3? 5.5
5
hours.
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came in a little late, but yeah.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Brad. Anytime.
Yeah, it'll pick up, man. We keep doing this, it'll pick up. I mean, that was good though.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that this the Euclidean proof needs to go. I mean, like, it's pretty obvious that people aren't going to get it, right? The delusions are pretty strong.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just what we do anyway. We might as well be live doing the same shit we do all the time. I don't know.
Look at that. Ruhif in the chat as well. Okay. Debate discussion.
I must have woke up. Oh, okay.
So you've joined Bev and DP in the Too Scared to Look at Things crew.
They're just too scared to look at things.
What?
Crews?
They'll look at anything.
We're starting off with the Dark Shark, right? We're helping them. What are we doing? Sighting equipment.
Just look at it.
Just look at it. Just look at it.
We gotta make a clip with that guy. Look at it. Would you look at it?
Just look at it. Yeah, that'd be funny. Little video there. Just look at it, man.
Oh, Ed Bassmaster.
Yeah, the Dance Master one. You didn't look at it.
Just gotta look at it.
Would you look at that?
Well, that was pretty good. I think I'm gonna have to shut it down because I need to go and get some kip.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But yeah, I guess we could do that more often. We can do it all the time.
Yeah, man. Anytime you want. It might start out a little bit slow, but we'll get it picked up where people come in right away and bam.
Yeah, and then bam.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just put a time or something. Make a banner for it or something.
Yeah, they'll get used to it when they get sick of going over there to Brandy's.
When it turns into Nazi Germany.
Yeah, we see. I might even go live at some time during the day tomorrow as well. You know, when cutting a video or whatever. It depends what we're doing.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Depends what I'm doing. But yeah, from now on, I'd say that we could be going live at any time.
Okay.
We'll be doing like Dell does. No, not really a set schedule, but we'll try and do as many different things as we can, possibly.
Yeah, people get used to it, though.
We want to be as accessible as possible, so people can't say that we didn't allow them and we haven't given them chance and we're not able to talk. We are literally up for discussion with anyone.
Yeah, they can type in YouTube and we'll talk to them. Whatever they end up doing, you know.
Yep. So thank you everybody for listening or watching or whatever, and I'll